Introduction to Tantra Shastra by Sir John Woodroffe, also known by his pseudonym Arthur Avalon. Chapter 1. Mount Kailāsa. The scene of the revelation of Mahanirvana Tantra is laid in Himalaya, the abode of snow, a holy land weighted with the traditions of the Aryan race. Here, in these lofty uplands, encircled with everlasting snows, rose the great mountain of the north, the Sapta Parvata. Hence the race itself came, and there its early legends have their setting. There are still shown at Bhimudiyar the caves where the sons of Pandu and Draupadi rested, as did Rama and his faithful wife at the point where the Kosi joins the Sita in the grove of Ashoka trees. In these mountains Munis and Rishis lived. Here also is the kshetra of Shiva Mahadeva, where his spouse Parvati, the daughter of the mountain king, was born, and where Mother Ganges also has her source. From time immemorial, pilgrims have toiled through these mountains to visit the three great shrines at Gangotri, Kedarnath, and Badrinath. At Kangri, further north, the pilgrims make the parikrama of Mount Kailāsa, Kang Rinpoche, where Shiva is said to dwell. This nobly towering peak rises to the northwest of the sacred Manasarovar Lake, Mafham Yumtso, from amidst the purple ranges of the lower Kangri Mountains. The paradise of Shiva is a summerland of both lasting sunshine and cool shade, musical with the song of birds and bright with undying flowers. The air, scented with the sweet fragrance of mandhara chaplets, resounds with the music and song of celestial singers and players. The mount is Ghana Parvata, thronged with trains of spirits, Devayoni, of which the opening chapter of Mahanirvana Tantra speaks. And in the regions beyond rises Mount Meru, center of the world lotus. Its heights, peopled with spirits, are hung with clusters of stars, as with wreaths of malati flowers. In short, it is written, "He who thinks of Himachala, though he should not behold him, is greater than he who performs all worship in Kashi, Benares. In 100 ages of the Devas, I could not tell thee of the glories of Himachala. As the dew is dried up by the morning sun, so are the sins of mankind by the sight of Himachala. It is not, however, necessary to go to the Himalayan Kailāsa to find Shiva. He dwells wheresoever his worshippers, versed in Kula Tattva, abide, and his mystic mount is to be sought in the 1,000-petaled lotus, Sahasrara Padma, in the body of every human jiva, hence called Shivasthana, to which all, wheresoever situate, may repair when they have learned how to achieve the way thither. Shiva promulgates his teaching in the world below in the works known as Yamala, Dhamara, Shiva Sutra, and in the Tantras, which exist in the form of dialogues between the Devata and his Shakti, the Devi in her form as Parvati. According to the Gayatri Tantra, the Devaganesha first preached the Tantra to the Devayoni on Mount Kailāsa after he had himself received them from the mouth of Shiva. After a description of the mountain, the dialogue opens with a question from Parvati, in answer to which and those which succeed it, Shiva unfolds his doctrine on the subjects with which Mahanirvana Tantra deals. Chapter 2, Śiva and Śakti, that eternal immutable existence which transcends the Turiya and all other states in the unconditioned absolute, the supreme Brahman or Parabrahman, without Prakriti, Niskala, or her attributes, Nirguna, which, as being the inner self and knowing subject, can never be the object of cognition, and is to be apprehended only through yoga by the realization of the self, Atma Jnana, which it is. For, as it is said, spirit can alone know spirit. Being beyond mind, speech, and without name, the Brahman was called Tat, that, and then Tat Sat, that which is. For the sun, moon, and stars, and all visible things, what are they but a glimpse of light caught from that, Tat? Brahman is both Niskala and Sakala. Kala is Prakriti. The Niskala Brahman, or Para Brahman, is the Tat, when thought of as without prakrti, prakritaranya. It is called sakala when with prakrti. As the substance of prakrti is the three gunas, it is then saguna, as in the previous state it was nirguna, though in the latter state it is thought of as without shakti, yet, making accommodation to human speech, in it potentially exists shakti, its power and the whole universe produced by it. To say, however, that the shakti exists in the Brahman is but a form of speech, since it and shakti are in fact one, and shakti is eternal, anadirupa. She is Brahma Rupa, and both Viguna, Nirguna, and Saguna, the Caitanya Rupini Devi, who manifests all Bhuta. She is the Anandarupini Devi, by whom the Brahman manifests itself, and who, to use the words of the Sharada, pervades the universe as does oil the sesamum seed. In the beginning, the Niskala Brahman alone existed. In the beginning, there was the One. It willed and became many. Aham Bahu Shyam, may I be many. In such manifestation of Shakti, the Brahman is known as the lower, Apara, or manifested Brahman, who, as the subject of worship, is meditated upon with attributes. And in fact, to the mind and sense of the embodied spirit, Jiva, the Brahman has body and form. It is embodied in the forms of all devas and devas, and in the worshipper himself. Its form is that of the universe, and of all things and beings therein. As Shruti says, he saw, sa aiksata, aham bahu sham prajayeya. He thought to himself, may I be many. Sa aiksata was itself a manifestation of Shakti, the Paramapurva Nirvana Shakti of Brahman as Shakti. From the Brahman, with Shakti, Parahakti Maya, issued Nada, Śiva Śakti as the word or sound, and from Nada, Bindu appeared. Kalicharana, in his commentary on the Shatkakra Nirupana, says that Śiva and Nirvana Shakti, bound by a mayic bond and covering, should be thought of as existing in the form of Param Bindu. The Sarada says, Sachidananda Vibhavat Sakalat Parameshvarat Asichaktistato Nado, Nadad Bindu Samudbhava. From Parameshvara vested with the wealth of Sachidananda and with Prakriti, Sakala, issued Shakti. From Shakti came Nada, and from Nada was born Bindu. The state of subtle body which is known as Kamakala is the mula of mantra. The term mula mantratmika, when applied to the Devi, refers to this subtle body of hers known as the Kamakala. The Tantra also speaks of three bindus, namely Shiva Maya, Shakti Maya, and Shiva Shakti Maya. The Parambindu is represented as a circle, the center of which is the Brahmapada, or place of Brahman, wherein are Prakriti Purusa, the circumference of which is encircling Maya. It is on the crescent of Nirvana Kala, the 17th, which is again in that of Amakala, the 16th digit, referred to in the text, of the moon circle, Kandra Mandala, which circle is situate above the sun circle, Surya Mandala, the Guru, and the Hamsa, which are in the pericarp of the 1,000-petaled lotus, Sahararapadurna. Next to the Bindu is the fiery Bodhin, or Nibodhika, Varpost. The Bindu, with the Nirvana Kala, Nibodhika, and Amakala, are situated in the lightning-like inverted triangle known as A, Ka, Tha, and which is so called because at its apex is A, at its right base is Ka, and at its left base, Tha. It is made up of 48 letters, Maturka, the 16 vowels running from A to Ka, 16 consonants of the Ka Varga and other groups running from Ka to Tha, and the remaining 16 from Tha to A. Inside are the remaining letters, Maturka, Ha, La, second, and Kesa. As the substance of Devi is Maturka, Maturka Mayi, the triangle represents the word of all that exists. The triangle is itself encircled by the Kandra Mandala. The Bindu is symbolically described as being like a grain of gram, Kanaka, which under its encircling sheath contains a divided seed. This Param Bindu is Prakriti Purusa, Shiva Shakti. It is known as the Shabda Brahman, the sound Brahman, or Apara Brahman. A polarization of the two Śiva and Śakti tattvas then takes place in Parashakti Maya. The Devi becomes Unmukhi. Her face turns towards Shiva. There is an unfolding which bursts the encircling shell of Maya, and creation then takes place by division of Shiva and Shakti, or of Ham and Sa. The Sharada says, the Devata Parashakti Maya is again itself divided, such divisions being known as Bindu, Bija, and Nada. Bindu is of the nature of Nada of Shiva, and Bija of Shakti, and Nada has been said to be the relation of these two by those who are versed in all the agamas. The Sharada says that before the bursting of the shell enclosing the Brahma Pada, which, together with its defining circumference, constitutes the Shabda Brahman, an indistinct sound arose, Avyaktatma Ravo Bhavat. This Avyaktanada is both the first and the last state of Nada, according as it is viewed from the standpoint of evolution or involution. For Nada, as Raghava says, exists in three states. In Nada are the Gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, which form the substance of Prakriti, which with Shiva it is. When Tamoguna predominates, Nada is merely an indistinct or unmanifested, Dvanyatmako, Vyaktanada sound in the nature of Dvani. In this state, in which it is a phase of Avyaktanada, it is called Nibodhika, or Bodhina. It is Nada when Rajoguna is in the ascendant, when there is a sound in which there is something like a connected or combined disposition of the letters. When the Sattva Guna preponderates, Nada assumes the form of Bindu. The action of Rajas on Tamas is to veil. Its own independent action affects an arrangement which is only perfected by the emergence of the essentially manifesting Sattvika Guna set into play by it. Nada, Bindu, and Nibodhika, and the Shakti, of which they are the specific manifestations, are said to be in the form of sun, moon, and fire respectively. Jnana, spiritual wisdom, is spoken of as fire as it burns up all actions, and the Tamoguna is associated with it. For when the effect of cause and effect of action are really known, then action ceases. Ika is the moon. The moon contains the 16th digit, the Amakala, with its nectar, which neither increases nor decays, and Ika or will is the eternal precursor of creation. Kriya is like sun, for as the sun by its light makes all things visible, so unless there is action and striving, there cannot be realization or manifestation. As the Gita says, as one sun makes manifest all the Lokas. The Shabda Brahman manifests itself in a triad of energies, knowledge, Jnana Shakti, will, Icha Shakti, and action, Kriya Shakti, associated with the three gunas of Prakriti, Tamas, Sattva, and Rajas. From the Parambindu, who is both Bindvatmaka and Kalatma, i.e. Shakti, issued Raudri, Rudra, and his Shakti, whose forms are fire, Vahni, and whose activity is knowledge, Jnana. Vama and Vishnu and his Shakti, whose form is the sun, and whose activity is Kriya, action. And Jeshtha and Brahma and his Shakti, whose form is the moon, and whose activity is desire. The Vamakeshvara Tantra says that Tripura is threefold, as Brahma, Vishnu, and Sha, and as the energies desire, wisdom, and action, the energy of will when Brahman would create, the energy of wisdom when she reminds him, saying, "Let this be thus," and when thus knowing he acts, she becomes the energy of action. The Devi is thus Ikashakti Jnana, Shakti Kriya Shakti Svarupini. Parashiva exists as a septenary under the form, firstly, of Shambhu, who is the associate of time. From him issues Sadashiva, who pervades and manifests all things, and then come Ishana and the Triad, Rudra, Vishnu, and Brahma, each with his respective Shakti, without whom they avail nothing, separately and particularly associated with the Gunas, Tamas, Sattva, and Rajas. Of these Devas, the last triad, together with Ishana and Sadashiva, are the 5 Shivas who are collectively known as the Mahapreta, whose Baya is Hrshauch. Of the Mahapreta, it is said the last 4 form the support and the 5th the seat of the bed on which the Devi is united with Paramashiva in the Chintamani stone, on the jeweled island clad with clumps of kadamba and heavenly trees set in the ocean of ambrosia. Shiva is variously addressed in this work as Shambhu, Sadashiva, Shamkara, Maheshvara, etc., names which indicate particular states, qualities, and manifestation of the One in its descent towards the many, for there are many Rudras. Thus, Sadashiva indicates the predominance of the Sattva Guṇa. His names are many, 1008, being given in the 69th chapter of the Siva Purana and in the 17th chapter of the Anushasana Parvan of the Mahabharata. Shakti is both Maya, that by which the Brahman creating the universe is able to make itself appear to be different from what it really is, and Mula Prakriti, or the unmanifested Avyakta, state of that which, when manifest, is the universe of name and form. It is the primary so-called material cause, consisting of the equipoise of the triad of Guṇa, or qualities, which are Sattva, that which manifests, Rajas, that which acts, Tamas, that which veils and produces inertia. The 3 gunas represent nature as the revelation of spirit, nature as the passage of descent from spirit to matter, or of ascent from matter to spirit, and nature as the dense veil of spirit. The Deva is thus Gunanidhi, treasure house of Guṇa. Mula Prakriti is the womb into which Brahman casts the seed from which all things are born. The womb thrills to the movement of the essentially active Ragoguna. The equilibrium of the triad is destroyed, and the Guṇa, now in varied combinations, evolves under the illumination of Shiva, Chit, the universe which is ruled by Maheshvara and Maheshvari. The dual principles of Shiva and Shakti, which are in such dual form the product of the polarity manifested in Parashakti Maya, pervade the whole universe and are present in man in the Svayambhu Linga of the Muladhara and the Devi Kundalini, who, in serpent form, encircles it. The Shabda Brahman assumes in the body of man the form of the Devi Kundalini, and as such is in all pranis, breathing creatures, and in the shape of letters appears in prose and verse. Kundala means coiled, hence Kundalini, whose form is that of a coiled serpent, means that which is coiled. She is the luminous vital energy, Jiva Shakti, which manifests as prana. She sleeps in the Muladhara and has 3.5 coils corresponding in number with the 3.5 bindus of which the Kubjika Tantra speaks. When after closing the ears the sound of her hissing is not heard, death approaches. From the first Avyakta creation issued the second Mahat, with its 3 gunas distinctly manifested. Thence sprung the third creation, Ahamkara, selfhood, which is of threefold form, Vaikarika, or pure Sattvika Ahamkara, the Taijasa, or Rajasika Ahamkara, and the Tamasika, or Bhutadika Ahamkara. The latter is the origin of the subtle essences, Tanmatra of the Tattvas, ether, air, fire, water, earth, associated with sound, touch, sight, taste, and smell, and with the colors, pure transparency, shyama, red, white, and yellow. There is some difference in the schools as to that which each of the 3 forms produces, but from such threefold form of ahamkara issue the indriyas, senses, and the devas dik, vata, arka, prasetas, vani, indra, upendra, mitra, and the ashvins. The vaikarika, taigasa, and bhutadika are the 4th, 5th, and 6th creations, which are known as prakrita, or appertaining to prakrti. The rest, which are products of these, such as the vegetable world with its upward life current, animals with horizontal life current and bhuta, prita, and the like, whose life current tends downward, constitute the Vaikarta creation, the 2 being known as the Kaumara creation. The goddess Devi is the great Shakti. She is Maya, for of her, the Maya which produces the samsara is. As Lord of Maya, she is Mahamaya. Devi is avidya, nescience, because she binds, and vidya, knowledge, because she liberates and destroys the samsara. She is prakrti, and as existing before creation is the adya, primordial, shakti. Devi is the vakaka shakti, the manifestation of chit in prakrti, and the vachya shakti, or chit itself. The atma should be contemplated as Devi. Shakti or Deva is thus the Brahman revealed in its mother aspect, Sri Mata, as creatrix and nourisher of the worlds. Kali says of herself in Yogini Tantra, Saksid Ananda Rupaham Brahmai Vaham Sfurat Prabham. So the Devi is described with attributes both of the qualified Brahman and, since that Brahman is but the manifestation of the Absolute, she is also addressed with epithets, which denote the unconditioned Brahman. She is the Great Mother, Ambika, sprung from the sacrificial hearth of the fire of the grand consciousness, Chit, decked with the sun and moon, Lalita, she who plays, whose play is world play, whose eyes playing like fish in the beauteous waters of her divine face, open and shut with the appearance and disappearance of countless worlds, now illuminated by her light, now wrapped in her terrible darkness. The Devi, as Parabrahman, is beyond all form and Guṇa. The forms of the Mother of the universe are threefold. There is first the supreme, Para form, of which, as the Vishnu Yamala says, none knows. There is next her subtle, Suksma form, which consists of mantra. But as the mind cannot easily settle itself upon that which is formless, she appears as the subject of contemplation in her third, or gross, stula, or physical form, with hands and feet and the like as celebrated in the Devi Stotra of the Puranas and Tantras. Devi, who as Prakrti is the source of Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshvara, has both male and female forms. But it is in her female forms that she is chiefly contemplated. For though existing in all things, in a peculiar sense, female beings are parts of her. The Great Mother, who exists in the form of all tantras and all yantras, is, as the Lalita says, the unsullied treasure house of beauty. The Sapphire Devi, whose slender waist, bending beneath the burden of the ripe fruit of her breasts, wells into jeweled hips heavy with the promise of infinite maternities. As the Mahadevi, she exists in all forms as Sarasvati, Lakshmi, Gayatri, Durga, Tripura Sundari, Annapurna, and all the Devis, who are avatars of the Brahman. Devi, as Sati, Uma, Parvati, and Gauri, is spouse of Shiva. It was as Sati prior to Daksha's sacrifice, Daksha Yajna, that the Devi manifested herself to Shiva in the 10 celebrated forms known as the Dasha Mahavidya referred to in the text, Kali, Bagala, Chinnamasta, Bhuvaneshvari, Matangin, Shodashi, Dhumavati, Tripurasundari, Tara, and Bhairavi. When, at the Daksha Yagna, she yielded up her life in shame and sorrow at the treatment accorded by her father to her husband, Shiva took away the body, and, ever bearing it with him, remained wholly distraught and spent with grief. To save the world from the forces of evil which arose and grew with the withdrawal of his divine control, Vishnu, with his discus, chakra, cut the dead body of Sati, which Shiva bore, into 51 fragments, which fell to earth at the places thereafter known as the 51 Mahapitha Sthana, referred to in the text, where Devi, with her Bhairava, is worshipped under various names. Besides the forms of the Devi in the Brahmanda, there is her subtle form Kundalini in the body, Pindanda. These are but some only of her endless forms. She is seen as one and as many, as it were, but one moon reflected in countless waters. She exists, too, in all animals and inorganic things. The universe with all its beauties is, as the Devi Purana says, but a part of her. All this diversity of form is but the infinite manifestation of the flowering beauty of the one supreme life, a doctrine which is nowhere else taught with greater wealth of illustration than in the Sakta Shastras and Tantras. The great Bharga in the bright sun and all devatas, and indeed all life and being, are wonderful and are worshipful but only as her manifestations. And he who worships them, otherwise is, in the words of the great Devi Bhagavata, like unto a man who, with the light of a clear lamp in his hands, yet falls into some waterless and terrible well. The highest worship for which the sadhaka is qualified, adhikari, only after external worship and that internal form known as sadhara is described as niradhara. Therein, pure intelligence is the supreme Shakti, who is worshipped as the very self, the witness freed of the glamour of the manifold universe. By one's own direct experience of Maheshvari as the self, she is, with reverence, made the object of that worship which leads to liberation. Chapter 3. Guṇa. It cannot be said that current explanations give a clear understanding of this subject, yet such is necessary, both as affording one of the chief keys to Indian philosophy and to the principles which govern sadhana. The term guna is generally translated quality, a word which is only accepted for default of a better, for it must not be overlooked that the three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas, which are of prakrti, constitute her very substance. This being so, all nature which issues from her, the Mahakaranasvarupa, is called trigunatmaka, and is composed of the same guna in different states of relation to one another. The functions of sattva, rajas, and tamas are to reveal, to make active, and to suppress respectively. Rajas is the dynamic, as sattva and tamas are static principles. That is to say, sattva and tamas can neither reveal nor suppress without being first rendered active by rajas. These gunas work by mutual suppression. The unrevealed prakrti, avyakta prakrti, or devi, is the state of stable equilibrium of these three gunas. When this state is disturbed, the manifested universe appears, in every object of which one or other of the three gunas is in the ascendant. Thus, in devas, as in those who approach the divya state, sattva predominates, and rajas and tamas are very much reduced. That is, their independent manifestation is reduced. They are in one sense still there, for where rajas is not independently active, it is operating on sattva to suppress tamas, which appears or disappears to the extent to which it is or is not, subject to suppression by the revealing principle. In the ordinary human jiva, considered as a class, tamas is less reduced than in the case of the diva, but very much reduced when comparison is made with the animal jiva. Rajas has great independent activity, and sattva is also considerably active. In the animal creation, sattva has considerably less activity. Rajas has less independent activity than in man, but is much more active than in the vegetable world. Tamas is greatly less preponderant than in the latter. In the vegetable kingdom, tamas is more preponderant than in the case of animals, and both rajas and sattva less so. In the inorganic creation, rajas makes tamas active to suppress both sattva and its own independent activity. It will thus be seen that the upward or revealing movement from the predominance of tamas to that of sattva represents the spiritual progress of the jivatma. Again, as between each member of these classes, one or other of three gunas may be more or less in the ascendant. Thus, in one man as compared with another, the sattva guna may predominate, in which case his temperament is sattvik, or, as the Tantra calls it, divyabhava. In another, the rajoguna may prevail, and in the third, the tamoguna, in which case the individual is described as rajasic or tamasic, or, to use tantric phraseology, he is said to belong to virabhava, or is a pashu respectively. Again, the vegetable creation is obviously less tamasic and more rajasic and sattvic than the mineral, and even amongst these last, there may be possibly some which are less tamasic than others. Etymologically, sattva is derived from sat, that which is eternally existent. The eternally existent is also chit, pure intelligence or spirit, and ananda or bliss. In a secondary sense, sat is also used to denote the good, and commonly, though such use obscures the original meaning, the word sattva guna is rendered. good quality. It is, however, good in the sense that it is productive of good and happiness. In such a case, however, stress is laid rather on a necessary quality or effect, in the ethical sense, of sat, than upon its original meaning. In the primary sense, sat is that which reveals. Nature is a revelation of spirit, sat. Where nature is such a revelation of spirit there, it manifests as sattva guna. It is the shining forth from under the veil of the hidden spiritual substance, sat. And that quality in things which reveals this is sattva guna. So of a pregnant woman it is said that she is antasattva, or instinct with sattva. She in whom sattva as jiva, whose characteristic guna is sattva, is living in a hidden state. But nature not only reveals, but is also a dense covering or veil of spirit, at times so dense that the ignorant fail to discern the spirit which it veils. Where nature is a veil of spirit, there it appears in its quality of tamaguna. In this case, the tamaguna is currently spoken of as representative of inertia, because that is the effect of the nature which veils. This quality, again, when translated into the moral sphere, becomes ignorance, sloth, etc. In a third sense, nature is a bridge between spirit, which reveals, and matter, which veils. Where nature is a bridge of descent from spirit to matter, or of ascent from matter to spirit, there it manifests itself as rajoguna. This is generally referred to as the quality of activity, and when transferred to the sphere of feeling, it shows itself as passion. Each thing in nature then contains that in which spirit is manifested or reflected as in a mirror or sattva guna, that by which spirit is covered, as it were, by a veil of darkness or tamoguna, and that which is the vehicle for the descent into matter, or the return to spirit or rajoguna. Thus, sattva is the light of nature, as tamas is its shade. Rajas is, as it were, a blended tint oscillating between each of the extremes constituted by the other gunas. The object of tantric sadhana is to bring out and make preponderant the sattva guna by the aid of rajas, which operates to make the former guna active. The subtle body, linga sharira, of the jivatma comprises in it buddhi, ahamkara, manas, and the 10 senses. This subtle body creates for itself gross bodies suited to the spiritual state of the jivatma. Under the influence of prarabdha karma, buddhi becomes tamasic, rajasic, or sattvic. In the first case, the jivatma assumes inanimate bodies. In the second, active, passionate bodies. And in the third, sattvic bodies of varying degrees of spiritual excellence, ranging from man to the diva. The gross body is also trigunatmaka. This body conveys impressions to the jivatma through the subtle body and the buddhi in particular. When sattva is made active, impressions of happiness result, and when rajas or tamas are active, the impressions are those of sorrow and delusion. These impressions are the result of the predominance of these respective gunas. The acting of rajas on sattva produces happiness, as its own independent activity or operation on tamas produces sorrow and delusion, respectively. Where sattva or happiness is predominant, their sorrow and delusion are suppressed. Where rajas or sorrow is predominant, their happiness and delusion are suppressed. And where tamas or delusion predominates there, as in the case of the inorganic world, both happiness and sorrow are suppressed. All objects share these 3 states in different proportions. There is, however, always in the jivatma an admixture of sorrow with happiness, due to the operation of rajas. For happiness, which is the fruit of righteous acts thus to attain happiness, is after all only a vikara. The natural state of the jivatma, that is, the state of its own true nature, is that bliss, ananda, which arises from the pure knowledge of the self, in which both happiness and sorrow are equally objects of indifference. The worldly enjoyment of a person involves pain to self or others. This is the result of the pursuit of happiness, whether by righteous or unrighteous acts. As spiritual progress is made, the gross body becomes more and more refined. In inanimate bodies, karma operates to the production of pure delusion. On the exhaustion of such karma, the Jivatma assumes animate bodies for the operation of such forms of karma as led to sorrow and happiness mixed with delusion. In the vegetable world, sattva is but little active, with a corresponding lack of discrimination. For discrimination is the effect of sattva in buddhi, and from discrimination arises the recognition of pleasure and pain, conceptions of right and wrong, of the transitory and intransitory, and so forth, which are the fruit of a high degree of discrimination or of activity of sattva. In the lower animal, sattva, in buddhi, is not sufficiently active to lead to any degree of development of these conceptions. In man, however, the sattva in buddhi is considerably active, and in consequence, these conceptions are natural in him. For this reason, the human birth is, for spiritual purposes, so important. All men, however, are not capable of forming such conceptions in an equal degree. The degree of activity in an individual's buddhi depends on his prarabdha karma. However bad such karma may be in any particular case, the individual is yet gifted with that amount of discrimination which, if properly aroused and aided, will enable him to better his spiritual condition by inducing the rajoguna in him to give more and more activity to the sattva guna in his buddhi. On this account, proper guidance and spiritual direction are necessary. A good guru, by reason of his own nature and spiritual attainment and disinterested wisdom, will both mark out for the Siṣya the path which is proper for him, and aid him to follow it by the infusion of the tejas which is in the guru himself. Whilst sadhana is, as stated, a process for the stimulation of the sattva guna, it is evident that one form of it is not suitable to all. It must be adapted to the spiritual condition of the Siṣya, otherwise it will cause injury instead of good. Therefore it is that the adoption of certain forms of sadhana by persons who are not competent, adhikari, may not only be fruitless of any good result, but may even lead to evils which sadhana as a general principle is designed to prevent. Therefore also is it said that is it better to follow one's own dharma than that, however exalted it be, of another. Chapter 4. The Worlds. Lokas. This earth, which is the object of the physical senses and of the knowledge based thereon, is but one of 14 worlds or regions placed above and below it, of which, as the sutra says, knowledge may be obtained by meditation on the solar nerve, nadi, sushumna in the Merudanda. On this nadi 6 of the upper worlds are threaded, the 7th and highest overhanging it in the Sahasrara Padma, the 1,000-petaled lotus. The sphere of earth, Purloka, with its continents, their mountains and rivers, and with its oceans, is the 7th or lowest of the upper worlds. Beneath it are the hells and nether world, the names of which are given below. Above the terrestrial sphere is Bhuvarloka, or the atmospheric sphere known as the Antariksha, extending from the earth to the sun, in which the Siddhas and other celestial beings, Devayoni, of the upper air dwell. From the sun to the pole star, Dhruva, is Svarloka, or the heavenly sphere. Heaven, Svarga, is that which delights the mind, as hell, Naraka, is that which gives it pain. In the former is the abode of the Deva and the blessed. These 3 spheres are the regions of the consequences of work and are termed transitory as compared with the 3 highest spheres and the 4th, which is of a mixed character. When the jiva has received his reward, he is reborn again on earth. For it is not good action, but the knowledge of the Atma which procures liberation, moksha. Above Svarloka is Maharloka, and above it the 3 ascending regions known as the Jnanaloka, Tapaloka, and Satyaloka, each inhabited by various forms of celestial intelligence of higher and higher degree. Below the earth, Baha, and above the nether worlds are the hells, commencing with Avici, and of which, according to popular theology, there are 34, though it is elsewhere said there are as many hells as there are offenses for which particular punishments are meted out. Of these 6 are known as the Great Hells. Hinduism, however, even when popular, knows nothing of a hell of eternal torment. To it, nothing is eternal but the Brahman. Issuing from the hells, the jiva is again reborn to make its future. Below the hells are the 7 netherworlds, Sutala, Vitala, Talatala, Mahatala, Rasatala, Atala, and Patala, where, according to the Puranas, dwell the Naga serpent divinities, brilliant with jewels, and Danavas wander, fascinating even the most austere. Yet below Patala is the form of Vishnu proceeding from the dark quality, Tamoguna, known as the Sesha serpent, or Ananta, bearing the entire world as a diadem, attended by his Shakti Varuni, his own embodied radiance. Chapter 5. Inhabitants of the Worlds. The worlds are inhabited by countless grades of beings, ranging from the highest devas, of whom there are many classes and degrees, to the lowest animal life. The scale of beings runs from the shining manifestations to the spirit of those in which it is so veiled that it would seem almost to have disappeared in its material covering. There is but one light, one spirit, whose manifestations are many. A flame enclosed in a clear glass loses but little of its brilliancy. If we substitute for the glass, paper, or some other more opaque yet transparent substance, the light is dimmer. A covering of metal may be so dense as to exclude from sight the rays of light which yet burns within with an equal brilliancy. As a fact, all such veiling forms are Maya. They are nonetheless true for those who live in and are themselves part of the Mayic world. Diva, or heavenly and shining one. For spirit is light and self-manifestation, is applicable to those descending yet high manifestations of the Brahman, such as the 7 Shivas, including the Trinity, Trimurti, Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra. Devi, again, is the title of the Supreme Mother herself, and is again applied to the manifold forms assumed by the one only Maya, such as Kali, Sarasvati, Lakshmi, Gauri, Gayatri, Samdhya, and others. In the sense also in which it is said, "Verily, in the beginning there was the Brahman. It created the Devas." The latter term also includes lofty intelligences belonging to the created world intermediate between Ishvara, himself a Purusha, and man, who in the person of the Brahmana is known as Earth Deva, Budeva. These spirits are of varying degrees, for there are no breaks in the creation, which represents an apparent descent of the Brahman in gradually lowered forms. Throughout these forms play the divine currents of pravrti and nivrti, the latter drawing to itself that which the former has sent forth. Deva, Jiva, and Jada, inorganic matter, are, in their real, as opposed to their phenomenal and illusory being, the one Brahman, which appears thus to be other than itself through its connection with the upadi, or limiting conditions with which ignorance, avidya, invests it. Therefore all being which are the object of worship are each of them, but the Brahman seen through the veil of avidya. Though the worshippers of Devas may not know it, their worship is in reality the worship of the Brahman, and hence the Mahanirvana Tantra says that, as all streams flow to the ocean, so the worship given to any Deva is received by the Brahman. On the other hand, those who, knowing this, worship the Devas, do so as manifestations of Brahman, and thus worship it mediately. The sun, the most glorious symbol in the physical world, is the Mayic vesture of her who is clothed with the sun. In the lower ranks of the celestial hierarchy are the Devayonis, some of whom are mentioned in the opening verses of the first chapter of the text. The Devas are of 2 classes: unborn, ajata, that is, those which have not, and those which have, sadhya, evolved from humanity, as in the case of King Nahusa, who became Indra. Opposed to the divine hosts are the asura, danava, daitya, rakshasa, who, with other spirits, represent the tamasic or demonic element in creation. All devas, from the highest downwards, are subordinate to both time and karma. So it is said, "Salutation to karma, over which not even Vidhi, Brahma, prevails. Namastat karmabhyo vidirapi nayebhya prabhavati. The rendering of the term deva as God has led to a misapprehension of Hindu thought. The use of the term angel may also mislead, for though the world of devas has in some respects analogy to the angelic choirs, the Christian conception of these beings, their origin and functions, does not include, but in fact excludes, other ideas connoted by the Sanskrit term. The Pitars, or fathers, are a creation, according to some, separate from the predecessors of humanity, and are, according to others, the lunar ancestry, who are addressed in prayer with the devas. From Brahma, who is known as the grandfather, Pitamaha of the human race, issued Marichi, Atri, and others, his mental sons, the Agnisvata, Saumsaya, Havismanta, Usmapa, and other classes of Pitars, numbering, according to the Markandeya Purana, 31. Tarpanam, or oblation, is daily offered to these Pitars. The term is also applied to the human ancestors of the worshipper generally up to the 7th generation, to whom in Shraddha, the obsequial rites, pinda and water are offered with the mantra svada. The rishis are seers who know, and by their knowledge are the makers of Shastra and see all mantras. The word comes from the root rs, Rashati prapnoti sarvam mantram gnyanena pashyati sangsara parangva, etc. The 7 great rishis or saptarishis of the first Manvantara are Marichi, Atri, Angiras, Pulaha, Kratu, Pulastya, and Vashishtha. In other Manvantaras, there are other saptarshis. In the present Manvantara, the 7 are Kashyapa, Atri, Vashishtha, Vishvamitra, Gautama, Jamadagni, Bharadvaja. To the rishis the Vedas were revealed. Vyasa taught the Rigveda, so revealed to Kaila, the Yajurveda to Vaisampayana, the Samaveda to Jaimini, Atharva Veda to Sumantu, and Itihasa and Purana to Sutta. The 3 chief classes of rishis are the Brahmarishi, born of the mind of Brahma, the Devarishi of lower rank, and Rajarishi or kings, who became rishis through their knowledge and austerities, such as Janaka, Ritaparna, etc. The Shrutarsi are makers of Shastras, as Shushruta. The Kandarshi are of the Karma Kanda, such as Jaimini. The Muni, who may be a rishi, is a sage. Muni is so called on account of his Mananam, Mananat Muni Ruchiyate. Mananam is that thought, investigation, and discussion which marks the independent thinking mind. First there is Shravanam, listening. Then Mananam, which is the thinking or understanding, discussion upon, and testing of what is heard, as opposed to the mere acceptance on trust of the lower intelligence. These 2 are followed by Nididhyasanam, which is attention and profound meditation on the conclusions, Siddhanta, drawn from what is so heard and reasoned upon. As the Mahabharata says, the Vedas differ, and so do the Smritis. No one is a Muni who has no independent opinion of his own, Nasau Muniryasha, Matam, Nabinam. The human being is called Jiva, that is, the embodied Atma possessed by egoism, and of the notion that it directs the Puryastaka, namely, the 5 organs of action, Karmendriya, the 5 organs of perception, Gnanendriya, the 4-fold Antakarana, or mental self, Manas, Buddhi, Ahamkara, Chitta, the 5 vital airs, Prana, the 5 elements, Kama, desire, Karma, action and its results, and Avidya, illusion. When these false notions are destroyed, the embodiment is destroyed, and the wearer of the Mayic garment attains nirvana. When the jiva is absorbed in Brahman, there is no longer any jiva remaining as such. Chapter 6. Varna. Ordinarily, there are 4 chief divisions or castes, Varna of Hindu society, Vismar, Brahmana, priesthood, teaching, Kshatriya, warrior, Vaishya, merchant, Shudra, servile, said to have sprung respectively from the mouth, arm, thigh, and foot of Brahma. A man of the first 3 classes becomes on investiture, during the Upanayana ceremony of the sacred thread, twice born, Divija. It is said that by birth one is Shudra, by samskara, upanayana, dvija, twice born. By study of the Vedas one attains the state of a Vipra, and that he who has knowledge of the Brahman is a Brahmana. The present Tantra, however, speaks of a fifth or hybrid class, samanya, resulting from intermixture between the others. It is a peculiarity of Tantra that its worship is largely free of Vedic exclusiveness, whether based on caste, sex, or otherwise. As the Gautamiya Tantra says, the Tantra is for all men, of whatever caste, and for all women. Sarva Varna Dikarashta Narinam Yogya Eva Cha. Chapter 7. Āśrama. The four stages, conditions, or periods in the life of a Brahmana are, first, that of the chaste student, or Brahmachari. Second, the period of secular life as a married householder or grihastha. Third, that of the recluse, or vanaprastha, when there is retirement from the world. And lastly, that of the beggar, or bhikshu, who begs his single daily meal and meditates upon the supreme spirit to which he is about to return. For the kshatriya, there are the first three ashramas, for the vaishya the first two, and for the sudra, the grihastha ashrama only. This tantra states that in the Kali age there are only two ashramas, the second grihasthya and the last bhikshuka or avadhuta. Neither the conditions of life nor the character, capacity, and powers of the people of this age allow of the first and third. The two ashramas prescribed for Kali age are open to all castes indiscriminately. There are, it is now commonly said, two main divisions of avadhuta, namely Saivavadhuta and Brahmavadhuta, of each of which there are again three divisions. Of the first class, the divisions are firstly Shaivavadhuta, who is a purna, imperfect. Though an ascetic, he is also a householder and like Shiva, hence his name. The second is the wandering stage of the Shaiva, or the Parivrajaka, who has now left the world and passes his time doing puja, japa, etc., visiting the tirtha and patha, or places of pilgrimage. In this stage, which though higher is still imperfect, the avadhuta is competent for ordinary sadhana with a shakti. The third is the perfect stage of a Shaiva. Wearing only the kaupina, he renounces all things and all rites, though within certain limits he may practice some yoga and is permitted to meet the request of a woman who makes it of him. Of the second class, the three divisions are, firstly, the Brahmavadhuta, who, like the Shaivavadhuta, is imperfect, apurna, and householder. He is not permitted, however, to have a Shaiva Shakti, and is restricted to Sviya Shakti. The second class, Brahma Parivrajaka, is similar to the Shaiva of the same class, except that ordinarily he is not permitted to have anything to do with any woman, though he may, under the guidance of his guru, practice yoga accompanied by Shakti. The third or highest class, Hamsavadata, is similar to the third Shaiva degree, except that he must under no circumstances touch a woman or metals, nor may he practice any rites or keep any observances. Chapter 8. Macrocosm and Microcosm. The universe consists of a Mahabrahmanda, or grand cosmos, and of numerous Brihat-brahmanda, or macrocosms evolved from it. As is said by the Nirvana Tantra, all which is in the first is in the second. In the latter are heavenly bodies and beings, which are microcosms reflecting on a minor scale the greater worlds which evolve them. As above, so below. The mystical maxim of the West is stated in the Vishvasara Tantra as follows: what is here is elsewhere, what is not here is nowhere. Yadihasti tadanyatra yanehasti na tatkvachit. The macrocosm has its meru, or vertebral column, extending from top to bottom. There are 14 regions descending from Satyaloka, the highest. These are the 7 upper and the 7 nether worlds. The meru of human body is the spinal column, and within it are the chakras, in which the worlds are said to dwell. In the words of the Saktananda Tarangini, they are Pindamadhyesthita. Satya has been said to be in the Sahasrara, and Tapa, Jana, Maha, Sva, Bhuva, Bhu in the Agnya, Vishuddhi, Anahata, Manipura, Svadhisthana, and Muladhara lotuses, respectively. Below Muladhara and in the joints, sides, anus, and organs of generation are the nether worlds. The bones near the spinal column are the Kulaparvata. Such are the correspondences as to earth. Then as to water. The nadis are the rivers. The 7 substances of the body, dhatu, are the 7 islands. Sweat, tears, and the like are the oceans. Fire exists in the Muladhara, Sushumna, navel, and elsewhere. As the worlds are supported by the prana and other vayus, airs, so is the body supported by the 10 vayus, prana, etc. There is the same akasha, ether, in both. The witness within is the purusha without, for the personal soul of the microcosm corresponds to the cosmic soul, Hiranyagarbha, in the macrocosm. Chapter 9. The Ages. The passage of time within a Mahayuga influences for the worse man and the world in which he lives. This passage is marked by the 4 ages yuga, called Satya, Treta, Dvapara, and Kali Yuga, the last being that in which it is generally supposed the world now is. The yuga is a fraction of a kalpa, or day of Brahma, of 4,320,000,000 years. The kalpa is divided into 14 manvantaras, which are again subdivided into 71 mahayuga, the length of each of which is 4,320,000 human years. The mahayuga, great age, is itself composed of 4 yuga, ages: A. Satya, B. Treta, C. Dvapara, D. Kali. Official science teaches that man appeared on the earth in an imperfect state, from which he has since been gradually, though continually, raising himself. Such teaching is, however, in conflict with the traditions of all peoples: Jew, Babylonian, Egyptian, Hindu, Greek, Roman, and Christian, which speak of an age when man was both innocent and happy. From this state of primal perfection he fell, continuing his descent until such time as the great avatars, Christ and others, descended to save his race and enable it to regain the righteous path. The Garden of Eden is the emblem of the paradisiacal body of man. There man was one with nature. He was himself paradise, a privileged enclosure in a garden of delight, gan be Eden, et eruditus est mois omni sapientia Egyptiorum. The Satya Yuga is, according to Hindu belief, the golden age of righteousness, free of sin, marked by longevity, physical strength, beauty, and stature. There were giants in those days whose moral, mental, and physical strength enabled them to undergo long brahmacharya, continence, and tapas, austerities. Longevity permitted lengthy spiritual exercises. Life then depended on the marrow and lasted a lac of years, men dying when they willed. Their stature was 21 cubits. To this age belong the avatars, or incarnations of Vishnu, Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Nrsimha, and Vamana. Its duration is computed to be 4,800 divine years, which, when multiplied by 360, a year of the Devas being equal to 360 human years, are the equivalent of 1,728,000 of the years of man. The second age, or Treta, 3/4 Yuga, is that in which righteousness, Dharma, decreased by 1/4. The duration was 3,600 divine years, or 1,296,000 human years. Longevity, strength, and stature decreased. Life was in the bone and lasted 10,000 years. Man's stature was 14 cubits. Of sin there appeared 1/4, and of virtue there remained 3/4. Men were still attached to pious and charitable acts, penances, sacrifice, and pilgrimage, of which the chief was that to Naimisharanya. In this period appeared the avatars of Vishnu as Parashurama and Rama. The third, or Dvapara, 1/2 Yuga, is that in which righteousness decreased by 1/2, and the duration was 2,400 divine, or 864,000 human years. A further decrease in longevity and strength and increase of weakness and disease mark this age. Life, which lasted 1,000 years, was centered in the blood. Stature was 7 cubits. Sin and virtue were of equal force. Men became restless, and though eager to acquire knowledge, were deceitful and followed both good and evil pursuits. The principal place of pilgrimage was Kurukshetra. To this age belongs, according to Vyasa, Anustubacharya, and Jayadeva, the avatara of Vishnu as Balarama, the elder brother of Krishna, who, according to other accounts, takes his place. In the Samdhya, or intervening period of 1,000 years between this and the next yuga, the Tantra was revealed, as it will be revealed at the dawn of every Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga is the alleged present age, in which righteousness exists to the extent of 1/4 only, the duration of which is 1,200 divine, or 432,000 human years. According to some, this age commenced in 3,120 BC on the date of Vishnu's return to heaven after the 8th incarnation. This is the period which, according to the Puranas and Tantras, is characterized by the prevalence of viciousness, weakness, disease, and the general decline of all that is good. Human life, which lasts at most 120, or, as some say, 100 years, is dependent on food. Stature is 3½ cubits. The chief pilgrimage is now to the Ganges. In this age has appeared the Buddha Avatara. The last, or Kalki Avatara, the destroyer of sin, has yet to come. It is he who will destroy iniquity and restore the age of righteousness. The Kalki Purana speaks of him as one whose body is blue like that of the rain-charged cloud, who with sword in hand rides, as does the rider of the apocalypse, a white horse, swift as the wind, the cherisher of the people, destroyer of the race of the Kali Yuga, the source of true religion. And Jayadeva, in his Ode to the Incarnations, addresses him thus: "For the destruction of all the impure, thou drawest thy scimitar like a blazing comet. Oh, how tremendous! O Kashava, assuming the body of Kalki, be victorious, O Hari, Lord of the universe. With the Satya Yuga, a new Maha Yuga will commence, and the ages will continue to revolve with their rising and descending races until the close of the Kalpa, or day of Brahma. Then a night of dissolution, pralaya, of equal duration follows, the Lord reposing in Yoga Nidra, Yoga sleep in pralaya, on the serpent Śiṣya, the endless one, till daybreak, when the universe is created and the next Kalpa follows." Chapter 10. The Scriptures of the Ages. Each of the ages has its appropriate shastra or scripture, designed to meet the characteristics and needs of the men who live in them. The Hindu shastras are classed into 1. Shruti, which commonly includes the 4 Vedas, Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharva, and the Upanishads, the doctrine of which is philosophically exposed in the Vedanta Darshana. 2. Smrti, such as the Dharma Shastra of Manu and other works on family and social duty prescribing for Pravrtidharma. 3. The Puranas, of which, according to the Brahma Vaivarta Purana, there were originally 4 lakhs, and of which 18 are now regarded as the principal. 4. The Tantra. For each of these ages, a suitable shastra is given. The Veda is the root of all shastras, Mula Shastra. All others are based on it. The Tantra is spoken of as a 5th Veda. Kulukabhata, the celebrated commentator on Manu, says that Shruti is of 2 kinds, Vaidik and Tantric, Vaidiki Tantriki Kaiva Dvividha Shrutikirtita. The various shastras, however, are different presentments of Shruti appropriate to the humanity of the age for which they are given. Thus, the Tantra is that presentment of Shruti which is modeled as regards its ritual to meet the characteristics and infirmities of the Kali Yuga. As men have no longer the capacity, longevity, and moral strength necessary for the application of the Vaidika Karma Kanda, the Tantra prescribes a special sadhana or means or practice of its own for the attainment of that which is the ultimate and common end of all shastras. The Kularnava Tantra says that in the Satya or Kurta age, the Shastra is Shruti, in the sense of the Upanishads, in Treta Yuga, Smrti, in the sense of the Dharma Shastra and Shrutijivika, etc., in the Dvapara Yuga, the Purana, and in the last, or Kali Yuga, the Tantra, which should now be followed by all orthodox Hindu worshippers. The Mahanirvana and other Tantras and Tantric works lay down the same rule. The Tantra is also said to contain the very core of the Veda, to which it is described to bear the relation of the Paramatma to the Jivatma. In a similar way, Kulachara is the central informing life of the gross body called Vedachara, each of the Ahara which follow it up to Kaul Ahara, being more and more subtle sheaths. Chapter 11. The Human Body. The human body is Brahmapura, the city of Brahman. Ishvara himself enters into the universe as Jiva, wherefore the Mahavakya, that thou art, means that the ego, which is regarded as Jiva only from the standpoint of an Upadi, is Brahman. The 5 sheaths. In the body there are 5 koshas, or sheaths: Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya, or the physical and vital bodies, the 2 mental bodies, and the body of bliss. In the first, the Lord is self-conscious as being dark or fair, short or tall, old or youthful. In the vital body he feels alive, hungry and thirsty. In the mental bodies he thinks and understands, and in the body of bliss he resides in happiness. Thus garmented with the 5 garments, the Lord, though all-pervading, appears as though he were limited by them. Annamaya Kosha. In the material body, which is called the sheath of food, Annamaya Kosha, reign the elements earth, water. The 2 former produce food and drink, which is assimilated by the fire of digestion and converted into the body of food. The Indriyas are both the faculty and organs of sense. There are in this body the material organs, as distinguished from the faculty of sense. In the gross body, Sharira Kosha, there are 6 external koshas, viz. Hair, blood, flesh, which come from the mother, and bone, muscle, marrow from the father. The organs of sense, Indriya, are of 2 kinds, viz. Jnanendriyas, or organs of sensation, through which knowledge of the external world is obtained, ear, skin, eyes, tongue, nose, and Karmendriya, or organs of action, mouth, arms, legs, anus, penis, the functions of which are speech, holding, walking, excretion, and procreation. Pranamaya Kosha. The second sheath is the Pranamaya Kosha, or sheath of breath, prana, which manifests itself in air and ether, the presiding elements in the Anahata and Vishuddha chakras. There are 10 vayus, airs, or inner vital forces, of which the first 5 are the principal, namely, the sapphire prana, apana the color of an evening cloud, the silver vyana, udana, the color of fire, and the milky samana. These are all aspects of the action of the one Pranadevata. Kundalini is the mother of prana, which she, the Mula Prakriti, illumined by the light of the Supreme Atma, generates. Prana is Vayu, or the universal force of activity, divided on entering each individual into 5-fold function. Specifically considered, prana is inspiration, which with expiration is from and to a distance of 8 and 12 inches respectively. Udana is the ascending Vayu. Apana is the downward Vayu, expelling wind, excrement, urine, and semen. The Samana, or collective Vayu, kindles the bodily fire, conducting equally the food, etc., throughout the body. Vyana is the separate Vayu, affecting division and diffusion. These forces cause respiration, excretion, digestion, circulation. Manomaya, Vijnana, and Anandamaya Koshas. The next 2 sheaths are the Manomaya and Vijnana Kohas. These constitute the Antakarana, which is 4-fold, namely, the mind in its 2-fold aspect of buddhi and manas, selfhood, ahamkara, and chitta. The function of the first is doubt, samkalpa vikalpatmaka, uncertainty, certainty. Of the second, determination, niskaya karini. Of the third, egoity. Of the fourth, consciousness, Abhimana. Manas automatically registers the facts which the senses perceive. Buddhi, on attending to such registration, discriminates, determines, and cognizes the object registered, which is set over and against the subjective self by ahamkara. The function of citta is contemplation, cinta, the faculty whereby the mind in its widest sense raises for itself the subject of its thought and dwells thereon. For whilst buddhi has but 3 moments in which it is born, exists, and dies, citta endures. The antakarana is master of the 10 senses, which are the outer doors through which it looks forth upon the external world. The faculties, as opposed to the organs or instruments of sense, reside here. The centers of the powers inherent in the last 2 sheaths are in the Agnya chakra, and the region above this and below the Sahasrara lotus. In the latter, the Atma of the last sheath of bliss resides. The physical or gross body is called Sthula Sharira. The subtle body, Sukshma Sharira, also called Linga Sharira and Karana Sharira, comprises the 10 indriyas, manas, ahamkara, buddhi, and the 5 functions of prana. This subtle body contains in itself the cause of rebirth into the gross body when the period of reincarnation arrives. The Atma, by its association with the Upadis, has 3 states of consciousness, namely, the Jagrat, or waking state, when through the sense organs are perceived objects of sense through the operation of manas and buddhi. It is explained in the Ishvara Pratyabhijñā as follows: the waking state dear to all is the source of external action through the activity of the senses. The jiva is called Jagari, that is, he who takes upon himself the gross body called Vishva. The second is Svapna, the dream state, when the sense organs being withdrawn, Atma is conscious of mental images generated by the impressions of Jagrat experience. Here Manas ceases to record fresh sense impressions, and it and buddhi work on that which Manas has registered in the waking state. The explanation of this state is also given in the work last cited. The state of Svapna is the objectification of visions perceived in the mind due to the perception of idea there latent. Jiva in the state of Svapna is termed Taijasa. Its individuality is merged in the subtle body. Hiranyagarbha is the collective form of these jivas, as Vaishvanara is such form of the jiva in the waking state. The third state is that of Sushupti, or dreamless sleep, when Manas itself is withdrawn, and buddhi, dominated by tamas, preserves only the notion, happily I slept. I was not conscious of anything. Patanjala Yoga Sutra. In the macrocosm, the upadi of these states are also called Virat, Hiranyagarbha, and Avyakta. The description of the state of sleep is given in the Shiva Sutra as that in which there is incapacity of discrimination or illusion. By the saying cited from the Patanjala Sutra, 3 modifications of avidya are indicated, viz., ignorance, egoism, and happiness. Sound sleep is that in which these 3 exist. The person in that state is termed prajna, his individuality being merged in the causal body, karana. Since in the sleeping state the prajna becomes Brahman, he is no longer jiva as before, but the jiva is then not the supreme one, Paramatma, because the state is associated with avidya. Hence, because the vehicle in the jiva in the sleeping state is karana, the vehicle of the jiva in the fourth is declared to be Mahakarana. Ishvara is the collective form of the prajna jiva. Beyond Sushupti is the Turiya, and beyond Turiya the transcendent 5th state without name. In the 4th state, Shuddha Vidya is required, and this is the only realistic one for the yogi, which he attains through Samadhi Yoga. Jiva in Turiya is merged in the great causal body, Mahakarana. The 5th state arises from firmness in the 4th. He who is in this state becomes equal to Shiva, or, more strictly, tends to a close equality. For it is only beyond that the spotless one attains the highest equality, which is unity. Hence, even in the 4th and 5th states, There is an absence of full perfection which constitutes the supreme. Bhaskararaya, in his commentary on the Lalita, when pointing out that the Tantric theory adds the fourth and fifth states to the first three adopted by the followers of the Upanishads, says that the latter states are not separately enumerated by them owing to the absence in those two states of the full perfection of jiva or of Shiva. Nadi. It is said that there are 3.5 crores of nadis in the human body, of which some are gross and some are subtle. Nadi means a nerve or artery in the ordinary sense. But all the nadis of which the books on yoga speak are not of this physical character, but are subtle channels of energy. Of these nadis, the principal are 14, and of these 14, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna are the chief. And again, of these three, Sushumna is the greatest, and to it all others are subordinate. Sushumna is in the hollow of the meru in the cerebro-spinal axis. It extends from the Muladhara lotus, the Tattvik earth center, to the cerebral region. Sushumna is in the form of fire, Vahni Svarupa, and has within it the Vagrini Nadi in the form of the sun, Surya Svarupa. Within the latter is the pale nectar-dropping Chitra, or Chitrini Nadi, which is also called Brahma Nadi, in the form of the moon, Chandra Svarupa. Sushumna is thus Triguna. The various lotuses in the different chakras of the body are all suspended from the Chitra Nadi, the chakras being described as knots in the Nadi, which is as thin as the 1,000th part of a hair. Outside the Meru and on each side of Sushumna are the Nadis Ida and Pingala. Ida is on the left side, and coiling round Sushumna has its exit in the left nostril. Pingala is on the right, and similarly coiling enters the right nostril. The Sushumna, interlacing Ida and Pingala and the Agnya chakra round which they pass, thus form a representation of the caduceus of Mercury. Ida is of a pale color, is moon-like, Chandra Svarupa, and contains nectar. Pingala is red and is sun-like, Surya Svarupa, containing venom, the fluid of mortality. These three rivers, which are united at the Agnya chakra, flow separately from that point, and for this reason the Agnya chakra is called Mukta Triveni. The Muladhara is called Yukta, united, Triveni, since it is the meeting place of the three nadis, which are also called Ganga, Ida, Yamuna, Pingala, and Sarasvati, Sushumna, after the three sacred rivers of India. The opening at the end of the Sushumna in the Muladhara is called Brahmadvara, which is closed by the coils of the sleeping Devi Kundalini. Chakras. There are 6 chakras, or dynamic tattvik centers, in the body: Visators, the Muladhara, Svadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, and Agnya, which are described in the following notes. Over all these is the 1,000-petaled lotus, Sahasrara Padma. Muladhara. Muladhara is a triangular space in the midmost portion of the body, with the apex turned downwards like a young girl's yoni. It is described as a red lotus of 4 petals, situate between the base of the sexual organ and the anus. Earth evolved from water is the tattva of the chakra. On the 4 petals are the 4 golden varnas, Vam, Sham, Sam, and Sam. In the 4 petals pointed towards the 4 directions, Ishana, etc., are the 4 forms of bliss: Yogananda, yoga bliss; Paramananda, supreme bliss; Sahajananda, natural bliss; and Virananda, Vira bliss. In the center of this lotus is Svayambhu Linga, ruddy brown, like the color of a young leaf. Chitrini Nadi is figured as a tube, and the opening at its end at the base of the linga is called the door of Brahman, Brahma Dvara, through which the Devi ascends. The lotus, linga, and Brahma Dvara hang downwards. The Devi Kundalini, more subtle than the fiber of the lotus and luminous as lightning, lies asleep coiled like a serpent around the linga and closes with her body the door of Brahman. The Devi has forms in the Brahmanda. Her subtlest form in the pindanda, or body, is called kundalini, a form of prakrti pervading, supporting, and expressed in the form of the whole universe. The glittering dancer, as the Sharada Tilaka calls her, in the lotus-like head of the yogi. When awakened, it is she who gives birth to the world made of mantra. A red fiery triangle surrounds Svayambhu Linga, and within the triangle is the red Kandarpa Vayu, or air, of Kama, or form of the Apana Vayu, for here is the seat of creative desire. Outside the triangle is a yellow square, called the Prithvi, earth, mandala, to which is attached the 8 thunders, Ashtavajra. Here is the bija lam, and with it Prithvi on the back of an elephant. Here also are Brahma and Savitri, and the red 4-handed Shakti Dakini. Svadhisthana. Svadhisthana is a 6-petaled lotus at the base of the sexual organ, above Muladhara and below the navel. Its pericarp is red, and its petals are like lightning. Water, evolved from fire, is the tattva of this chakra. The varnas on the petals are Bam, Bam, Mam, Yam, Ram, and Lam. In the 6 petals are also the virtis, states, qualities, functions, or inclinations, namely Prajraya, credulity, Avishvasa, suspicion, mistrust, Avanya, disdain, Murchcha, delusion, or as some say, disinclination, Sarvanasha, false knowledge, and Krurata, pitilessness. Within a semicircular space in the pericarp are the Devata, the dark blue Mahavishnu, Mahalakshmi, and Saraswati. In front is the blue 4-handed Rakini Shakti, and the bija of Varuna, Lord of Water, or Vam. Inside the bija, there is the region of Varuna, of the shape of an half-moon, and in it is Varuna himself, seated on a white alligator, Makara. Manipura. Manipura chakra is a 10-petaled golden lotus, situate above the last in the region of the navel. Fire, evolved from air, is the tattva of the chakra. The 10 petals are of the colors of a cloud, and on them are the blue varnas, Dam, Dam, Nam, Tam, Tam, Dam, Dam, Nam, Pam, Fam, and the 10 virtis, Vidayante, namely Lajja, shame, Pishunata, fickleness, Irsha, jealousy, Trishna, desire, Sushupti, laziness, Vishada, sadness, Kashaya, dullness, Moha, ignorance, Guṇa, aversion, disgust, Bhaya, fear. Within the pericarp is the bija ram, and a triangular figure, mandala, of Agni, Lord of Fire, to each side of which figure are attached 3 auspicious signs or svastikas. Agni, red, 4-handed, and seated on a ram, is within the figure. In front of him are Rudra and his Shakti Bhadrakali. Rudra is of the color of vermilion and is old. His body is smeared with ashes. He has 3 eyes and 2 hands. With one of these he makes the sign which grants boons and blessings, and with the other that which dispels fear. Near him is the 4-armed Lakini Shakti of the color of molten gold, Tapta Kanchana, wearing yellow raiments and ornaments. Her mind is maddened with passion, Madamata Chitta. Above the lotus is the abode and region of Surya. The solar region drinks the nectar which drops from the region of the moon. Anahata. Anahata chakra is a deep red lotus of 12 petals, situate above the last and in the region of the heart, which is to be distinguished from the heart lotus facing upwards of 8 petals, spoken of in the text, where the patron deity, Istadevata, is meditated upon. Air evolved from ether is the tattva of the former lotus. On the 12 petals are the vermilion varnas, Kam, Kam, Gam, Gam, Nam, Kam, Cham, Jam, Jam, Nyam, Tam, Tam, and the 12 virtis, Vidayante, namely Asha, hope, Chinta, care, anxiety, Cheshta, endeavor, Mamata, sense of mindness, Dambha, arrogance or hypocrisy, Vikalata, languor, Ahamkara, conceit, Viveka, discrimination, Lolata, covetousness, Kapatata, duplicity, Vitarka, indecision, Anutapa, regret. A triangular mandala within the pericarp of this lotus of the luster of lightning is known as the Trikona Shakti. Within this mandala is a red banalinga called Narayana or Hiranyagarbha, and near it Ishvara and his Shakti Bhuvaneshvari. Ishvara, who is the overlord of the first three chakras, is of the color of molten gold, and with his two hands grants blessings and dispels fear. Near him is the three-eyed Kakini Shakti, lustrous as lightning, with four hands holding the noose and drinking cup, and making the sign of blessing and that which dispels fear. She wears a garland of human bones. She is excited, and her heart is softened with wine. Here also are several other Shaktis, such as Kalaratri, as also the bija of air, Vayu, or Yam. Inside the lotus is a six-cornered smoke-colored mandala and the circular region of smoke-colored Vayu, who is seated on a black antelope. Here, too, is the embodied Atma, Jivatma, like the tapering flame of a lamp. Vishuddha. Vishuddha chakra or Bharatisthana, abode of the Devi. Of speech is above the last and at the lower end of the throat, Kanthamala. The tattva of this chakra is ether. The lotus is of a smoky color, or the color of fire seen through smoke. It has 16 petals, which carry the red vowels, am, im, rum, rem, lm, m, aim, am, ah. The 7 musical notes, Nishada, Rashaba, Gandhara, Shadja, Madhyama, Daivata, and Panchama. Venom, in the 8th petal. The bijas, hum, fat, vaushat, vashat, svadha, svaha, nama. And in the 16th petal, nectar, amarta. In the pericarp is a triangular region, within which is the androgyne Shiva, known as Ardha Narshvara. There also are the regions of the full moon and ether, with its bija ham. The Akasha Mandala is transparent and round in shape. Akasha himself is here dressed in white and mounted on a white elephant. He has 4 hands, which hold the noose, paya, the elephant hook, ankusha, and with the other he makes the mudras which grant blessing and dispel fear. Shiva is white, with 5 faces, 3 eyes, 10 arms, and is dressed in tiger skins. Near him is the white Shakti Shakini, dressed in yellow raiments, holding in her 4 hands the bow, the arrow, the noose, and the hook. Above the chakra, at the root of the palate, talumula, is a concealed chakra called lalana, and, in some tantras, Kala chakra. It is a red lotus with 12 petals, bearing the following vertis: Shraddha, faith; Santosha, contentment; Aparada, sense of error; Dhamma, self-command; Mana, anger; Sneha, affection; Shoka, sorrow, grief; Kheda, dejection; Shuddhata, purity; Arati, detachment; Sambrama, agitation; Urmi, appetite, desire. Ajivaya. Ajizya chakra is also called Paramakula and Mukta Triven, since it is from here that the 3 nadis, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, go their separate ways. It is a 2-petaled lotus, situate between the 2 eyebrows. In this chakra there is no gross tattva, but the subtle tattva mind is here. Hakararda, or half the letter Ha, is also there. On its petals are the red varnas Ham and Ksham. In the pericarp is concealed the bija Om. In the 2 petals and the pericarp there are the 3 gunas, Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Within the triangular mandala in the pericarp there is the lustrous Tejomaya Linga in the form of the Pranava, Pranavakriti, which is called Itara. Parashiva, in the form of Hamsa, Hamsarupa, is also there with his Shakti, Siddha Kali. In the 3 corners of the triangle are Brahma, Vishnu, and Maheshvara, respectively. In this chakra there is the white Hakini Shakti with 6 heads and 4 hands, in which are Jnana Mudra, a skull, a drum, Damaru, and a rosary. Sahasrara Padma. Above the Ajna chakra, there is another secret chakra called Manas chakra. It is a lotus of 6 petals, on which are Shabdagyana, Sparshagyana, Rupagyana, Agranopalabhi, Rasopabhoga, and Svapna, or the faculties of hearing, touch, sight, smell, taste, and sleep, or the absence of these. Above this, again, there is another secret chakra, called Soma chakra. It is a lotus of 16 petals, which are also called 16 kalas. These kalas are called Kirpa, mercy, Maiduta, gentleness, Dhairya, patience, composure, Vairagya, dispassion, Dhurti, constancy, Sampat, prosperity, Hasya, cheerfulness, Romanka, rapture, thrill, Vinaya, sense of propriety, humility, Dhyana, meditation, Susthirata, quietude, restfulness, Gambhirya, gravity, Udyama, enterprise, effort, Akshobha, emotionlessness, Audarya, magnanimity, and Ekagrata, concentration. Above this last chakra is the house without support, Niralamba Puri, where yogis see the radiant Ishvara. Above this is the pranava shining like a flame, and above pranava the white crescent nada, and above this last the point bindu. There is then a white lotus of 12 petals with its head upwards, and over this lotus there is the ocean of nectar, Sudha Sagara, the island of gems, Manidvipa, the altar of gems, Manipitha, the forked lightning-like lines A, Ka, Tha, and therein Nada and Bindu. On Nada and Bindu, as an altar, there is the Paramahamsa, and the latter serves as an altar for the feet of the Guru. There the Guru of all should be meditated. The body of the Hamsa, on which the feet of the Guru rest, is Jnanamaya, the wings Agama and Nigama, the 2 feet Śiva and Śakti, the beak Pranava, the eyes and throat Kamakala. Close to the 1,000-petaled lotus is the 16th digit of the moon, which is called Ama Kala, which is pure red and lustrous like lightning, as fine as a fiber of the lotus, hanging downwards, receptacle of the lunar nectar. In it is the crescent Nirvana Kala, luminous as the sun, and finer than the 1,000th part of a hair. This is the Ista Devata of all. Near Nirvana Kala is Parama Nirvana Shakti, infinitely subtle, lustrous as the sun, creatrix of Tattva Jnana. Above it are Bindu and Visarga Shakti, root and abode of all bliss. Sahasrara Padma, or 1,000-petaled lotus of all colors, hangs with its head downwards from the Brahma Randra above all the chakras. This is the region of the first cause, Brahma Loka, the cause of the 6 preceding causes. It is the great sun, both cosmically and individually, in whose effulgence Parama Shiva and Adya Shakti reside. The power is the Vachaka Shakti, or Saguna Brahman, holding potentially within itself the gunas, powers, and planes. Parama Shiva is in the form of the great ether, Paramakasha Rupi, the supreme spirit, Paramatma, the sun of the darkness of ignorance. In each of the petals of the lotus are placed all the letters of the alphabet, and whatever there is in the lower chakra or in the universe, Brahmanda, exists here in potential state, Avyakta Bhava. Shaivas call this place Shivasthana, Vaishnavas, Paramapurusha, Shaktas, Devasthana, the Samkhya Sages, Prakriti Purusa Sthana. Others call it by other names, such as Hariharasthana, Shaktisthana, Paramabrahma, Paramahamsa, Paramajyoti, Kulasthana, and Paramashiva Akula. But whatever the name, all speak of the same. Chapter 12. The Three Temperaments. The Tantras speak of 3 temperaments, dispositions, characters, bhava, or classes of men, namely the Pashu Bhava, animal, Vira Bhava, heroic, and Divya Bhava, diva-like or divine. These divisions are based on various modifications of the gunas as they manifest in man, jiva. It has been pointed out that the analogous Gnostic classification of men as material, psychical, and spiritual correspond to the 3 gunas of the Samkhya Darshana. In the Pashu, the Rajoguna operates chiefly on tamas, producing such dark characteristics as error, bhranti, drowsiness, tandra, and sloth, alasya. It is, however, an error to suppose that the Pashu is as such a bad man. On the contrary, a jiva of this class may prove superior to a jiva of the next. If the former, who is greatly bound by matter, lacks enlightenment, the latter may abuse the greater freedom he has won. There are also numerous kinds of Pashu, some more, some less tamasic than others. Some there are at the lowest end of the scale, which marks the first advance upon the higher forms of animal life. Others approach and gradually merge into the Vira class. The term Pashu comes from the root pash, to bind. The Pashu is in fact the man who is bound by the bonds, pasha, of which the Kularnava Tantra enumerates 8, namely piti, daya, ignorance and delusion, moha, fear, bhaya, shame, laja, disgust, gurna, family, kula, custom, shila, and caste, varna. Other enumerations are given of the afflictions which, according to some, are 62, but all such larger divisions are merely elaborations of the simpler enumerations. The Pashu is also the worldly man in ignorance and bondage, as opposed to the Yogu and the Tattvajnani. 3 divisions of Pashu are also spoken of, namely Sakala, who are bound by the 3 pashas, called Anu, want of knowledge or erroneous knowledge of the self, Beta, the division also induced by Maya of the one self into many, and Karma, action and its product. These are the 3 impurities, Mala, called Anavamala, Mayamala, and Karmamala. Pratyakala are those bound by the first and last, and Vijnana Kavala are those bound by Anavamala only. He who frees himself of the remaining impurity of Anu becomes Shiva himself. The Devi bears the Pasha and is the cause of them, but she too is Pashupasha Vimosin, liberatrix of the Pashu from his bondage. What has been stated gives the root notion of the term Pashu. Men of this class are also described in Tantra by exterior traits, which are manifestations of the interior disposition. So the Kubjika Tantra says, those who belong to Pashubhava are simply Pashus. A Pashu does not touch a yantra, nor make japa of mantra at night. He entertains doubt about sacrifices and Tantra, regards a mantra as being merely letters only. He lacks faith in the Guru and thinks that the image is but a block of stone. He distinguishes one deva from another and worships without flesh and fish. He is always bathing, owing to his ignorance, and talks ill of others. Such an one is called Pashu, and he is the worst kind of man. Similarly, the Nitya Tantra describes the Pashu as he who do not worship at night, nor in the evening, nor in the latter part of the day, who avoids sexual intercourse, except on the 5th day after the appearance of the courses, Ratukalam Vinadevi Vamanam Parivarjayat, who does not eat meat, etc., even on the 5 auspicious days, Parvana. In short, those who, following Vedachara, Vaishnavachara, and Shaivachara, are bound by the Vedic rules which govern all Pashus. In the case of Virabhava, Rajas more largely works on sattva, yet also largely, though in lessening degrees until the highest stage of Divyabhava is reached, works independently towards the production of acts in which sorrow inheres. There are several classes of Vaira. The 3rd or highest class of man is he of the Divyabhava, of which again there are several degrees, some but a stage in advance of the highest form of Virabhava, others completely realizing the Diva nature, in which Rajas operates on Sattva Guna to the confirmed preponderance of the latter. The Nitya Tantra says that of the Bhava, the Divya is the best, the Vira the next best, and the Pashu the lowest, and that Devata Bhava must be awakened through Virabhava. The Pichila Tantra says that the only differene between the Vira and Divya men is that the former are very udatta, by which is probably meant excitable, through the greater prevalence of the independent working of the Rajoguna in them than in the calmer Sattvic temperament. It is obvious that such statements must not be read with legal accuracy. There may be, in fact, a considerable difference between a low type of Vara and the highest type of Divya, though it seems to be true that this quality of Udatta, which is referred to, is the cause of such differences, whether great or small. The Kubjika Tantra describes the marks of the Divya as he who daily does ablutions, samdhya, and wearing clean cloth, the Tripundara mark in ashes or red sandal, and ornaments of Rudraksha beads, performs japa and arcana. He gives charity daily also. His faith is strong in Veda, Shastra, Guru, and Deva. He worships the Pitri and Deva, performs all the daily rites. He has a great knowledge of mantra. He avoids all food, except that which his Guru offers him, and all cruelty and other bad actions, regarding both friend and foe as one and the same. He himself ever speaks the truth and avoids the company of those who decry the Devata. He worships thrice daily and meditates upon his Guru daily and, as a Bhairava, worships Parameshvari with Divyabhava. All Devas he regards as beneficial. He bows down at the feet of women regarding them as his Guru. Strinam padatalam drishtva guru vad bhavayat sada. He worships the Devi at night, and makes japa at night with his mouth full of pan, and makes obeisance to the Kula Virksha. He offers everything to the Supreme Devi. He regards this universe as pervaded by Sri, Shakti, and as Devata. Shiva is in all men, and the whole Brahmanda is pervaded by Shiva Shakti. He ever strives for the attainment and maintenance of Devata Bhava, and is himself of the nature of a Devata. Here, again, the Tantra only seeks to give a general picture, the details of which are not applicable to all men of the Divyabhava class. The passage shows that it, or portions of it, refer to the ritual Divya, for some of the practices they're referred to would not be performed by the Avadatta, who is above all ritual acts, though he would also share, possibly in intenser degree, the beliefs of Divya, men of all classes, that he and all else are but manifestations of the universe-pervading Supreme Shakti. According to the temperament of the sadhaka, so is the form of worship and sadhana. In fact, the specific worship and sadhana of the other classes is strictly prohibited by the Tantra to the Pashu. It is said in this Tantra and elsewhere that in the Kali Yuga, Divya and Pashu dispositions can scarcely be found. It may be thought difficult at first sight to reconcile this, so far as the Pashu is concerned, with other statements as to the nature of these respective classes. The term Pashu in these and similar passages would appear to be used in a good sense as referring to a man who, though tamasic, yet performs his functions with that obedience to nature which is shown by the still more tamasic animal creation, free from the disturbing influences of rajas, which, if it may be the source of good, may also be, when operating independently, the source of evil. The commentator explains the passage cited from the Tantra as meaning that the conditions and character of the Kali Yuga are not such as to be productive of Pashuva, apparently in the sense stated, or to allow of its achara, that Dīkṣa. No one, he says, can fully perform the Vedachara, Vaishnavachara, and Shaivachara rites, without which the Vedic, Pauranic mantra, and yajna are fruitless. No one now goes through the Brahmacharya Āśrama, or adopts after the 50th year that called Vanaprastha. Those whom the Veda does not control cannot expect the fruit of observances. On the contrary, men have taken to drink, associate with the low, and are fallen, as are also those men who associate with them. There can therefore be no pure Pashu. Under these circumstances, the duties prescribed by the Vedas, which are appropriate for the Pashu being incapable of performance, Shiva, for the liberation of men of the Kali age, has proclaimed the Agama. Now, there is no other way. The explanation thus given, therefore, appears to amount to this. The pure type of Pashu for whom Vedachara was designed does not exist. For others who, though Pashu, are not purely so, the Tantra is the governing Shastra. This, however, does not mean that all are now competent for Virachara. It is to be noted, however, that the Prana Toshini cites a passage purporting to come from the Mahanirvana Tantra, which is apparently in direct opposition to the foregoing. Divya viramayo bhava kalau nasti kadachana, kevalam pashu bhavena mantra siddhir bhavenranam. In the Kali age there is no divya or virabhava. It is only by the pashu bhava that men may obtain mantra siddhi. This matter of the bhava, prevalent in the Kali Yuga, has been the subject of considerable discussion and difference of opinion, and is only touched upon here. Chapter 13. Guru and Siṣya. The Guru is the religious teacher and spiritual guide to whose direction Orthodox Hindus of all divisions of worshippers submit themselves. There is, in reality, but one Guru. The ordinary human Guru is but the manifestation on the phenomenal plane of the Adinatha Mahakala, the supreme Guru abiding in Kailāsa. He it is who enters into and speaks with the voice of the earthly Guru at the time of giving mantra. Guru is the root, mula, of Dīkṣa, initiation. Dīkṣa is the root of mantra. Mantra is the root of devata, and devata is the root of Siddhi. The Mundamala Tantra says that mantra is born of Guru, and devata of mantra, so that the Guru occupies the position of a grandfather to the Ishta Devata. It is the Guru who initiates and helps, and the relationship between him and the disciple, Siṣya, continues until the attainment of monistic Siddhi. Manu says, "Of him who gives natural birth and of him who gives knowledge of the Veda, the giver of sacred knowledge is the more venerable father, since second or divine birth ensures life to the twice born in this world and the next." The Shastra is indeed full of the greatness of Guru. The Guru is not to be thought of as a mere man. There is no difference between Guru, Mantra, and Deva. Guru is father, mother, and Brahman. Guru, it is said, can save from the wrath of Shiva, but none can save from the wrath of the Guru. Attached to this greatness there is, however, responsibility, for the sins of the disciple recoil upon him. 3 lines of Gurus are worshipped: heavenly, Divyanga, Siddha, Siddhanga, and human, Manavanga. The Kula Gurus are 4 in number: Vizambars, the Guru, Paramaguru, Paraparaguru, Parameshti Guru, each of these being the Guru of the preceding one. According to the Tantra, a woman with the necessary qualifications may be a Guru and give initiation. Good qualities are required in the disciple, and according to the Sarasamgraha, a Guru should examine and test the intending disciple for a year. The qualifications of a good disciple are stated to be good birth, purity of soul, Shuddhatma, and capacity for enjoyment, combined with desire for liberation, Purushartha Parayana. Those who are lewd, Kamuka, adulterous, Paradaratura, constantly addicted to sin, Sadapapakriya, ignorant, slothful, and devoid of religion, should be rejected. The perfect sadhaka who is entitled to the knowledge of all Shastras is he who is pure-minded, whose senses are controlled, Jitendriya, who is ever engaged in doing good to all beings, free from false notions of dualism, attached to the speaking of, taking shelter with, and living in the supreme unity of the Brahman. So long as Shakti is not fully communicated to the Shishya's body from that of the Guru, so long the conventional relation of Guru and Siṣya exists. A man is Siṣya only so long as he is sadhaka. When, however, Siddhi is attained, both Guru and Siṣya are above this dualism. With the attainment of pure monism, naturally this relation, as all others, disappears. Chapter 14. Initiation, Dīkṣa. Initiation is the giving of mantra by the Guru. At the time of initiation, the Guru must first establish the life of the Guru in his own body. That is the vital force, prana shakti, of the Supreme Guru, whose abode is in the 1,000-petaled lotus. As an image is the instrument, yantra, in which divinity, devatva, inheres, so also is the body of Guru. The day prior, thereto the guru should, according to Tantra, seat the intending candidate on a mat of kusha grass. He then makes japa of a sleep mantra, supta mantra, in his ear and ties his crown lock. The disciple, who should have fasted and observed sexual continence, repeats the mantra thrice, prostrates himself at the feet of the guru, and then retires to rest. Initiation, which follows, gives spiritual knowledge and destroys sin. As one lamp is lit at the flame of another, so the divine Shakti, consisting of mantra, is communicated from the guru's body to that of the Siṣya. Without Dīkṣa, japa of the mantra, puja, and other ritual acts are said to be useless. Certain mantras are also said to be forbidden to Shudras and women. A note, however, in the first Chalakshara Sutra to the Lalita would, however, show that even the Shudras are not debarred the use of even the pranava, as is generally asserted. For according to the Kalika Purana, when dealing with svara or tone, whilst the udatta, anudatta, and prakaya are appropriate to the first of these castes, the svara, called aukara, with anusvara and nada, is appropriate to Shudra, who may use the pranava, either at the beginning or end of mantra, but not, as the Divija may, at both places. The mantra chosen for initiation should be suitable, anukula. Whether a mantra is svya-kula or a-kula to the person about to be initiated is ascertained by the kula chakra, the zodiacal circle called Rashi chakra, and other chakra, which may be found described in the Tantra Sara. Initiation by a woman is efficacious. That by a mother is eightfold so. Certain special forms of initiation, called abhisheka, are described in the next note. Chapter 15. Abhisheka. Abhisheka is of 8 kinds, and the forms of abhisheka, which follow the first at later stages, mark greater and greater degrees of initiation. The first Shaktabhisheka is given on entrance into the path of sadhana. It is so called because the guru then reveals to the Siṣya the preliminary mysteries of Shakti Tattva. By it, the Siṣya is cleansed of all sinful or evil Shakti or proclivities and acquires a wonderful new Shakti. The next, Purnabhisheka, is given in the stage beyond Dakshinachara, when the disciple has qualified himself by Purascharana and other practices to receive it. Here, the real work of sadhana begins. Asana, yama, etc. strengthen the disciple's determination, pratigna, to persevere along the higher stages of sadhana. The third is the difficult stage commenced by Krama Dukshabhisheka, in which it is said the great Vashista became involved, and in which the Rishi Vishvamitra acquired Brahmajnana and so became a Brahmana. The sacred thread is now worn round the neck like a garland. The Siṣya, then undergoing various ordeals, pariksha, receives Samrajabhisheka and Maha Samrajabhisheka, and at length arrives at the most difficult of all stages introduced by Yoga Dukshabhisheka. In the previous stages, the sadhaka has performed the Panchanga Purascharana, and with the assistance of his guru, with whom he must constantly reside and whose instructions he must receive direct, he does the Panchanga Yoga, that is, the last 5 limbs of the Ashtanga. He is thereafter qualified for Purna Dikshabhisheka, sometimes called Viraja Grahanabhisheka. On the attainment of perfection in this last grade, the sadhaka performs his own funeral rites, shraddha, makes Purnahuti with his sacred thread and crown lock. The relation of guru and Siṣya now ceases. From this point he ascends by himself until he realizes the great saying, Soham, I am he. At this stage, which the Tantra calls Jivan Mukta, liberated whilst yet living, he is called Paramahamsa. Chapter 16. Sadhana. Sadhana is that which produces Siddhi. It is the means or practice by which the desired end may be attained, and consists in the exercise and training of the body and psychic faculties upon the gradual perfection of which Siddhi follows. The nature and degree of which, again, depends upon the progress made towards the realization of the Atma, whose veiling vesture the body is. The means employed are various, such as worship, puja, exterior or mental, shastric learning, austerities, tapas, the pancha tattva, mantra, and so forth. Sadhana takes on a special character according to the end sought. Thus, sadhana for Brahma Jnana, which consists in the acquisition of internal control, shama, over buddhi, manas, and ahamkara. External control, dhamma, over the 10 indriyas, discrimination between the transitory and the eternal, and renunciation both of the world and heaven, svarga, is obviously different from that prescribed for, say, the purposes of the lower magic. The sadhaka and sadhika are respectively the man and woman who perform sadhana. They are, according to their physical, mental, and moral qualities, divided into 4 classes: mirdu, madhya, adimatraka, and the highest adimatrama, who is qualified, adhikari, for all forms of yoga. In a similar way, the Kaila division of worshippers are divided into the prakriti, or common Kaila, following virashara, addicted to ritual practice, and sadhana with pancha tattva, the madhyama kaulika, or middling Kaila, accomplishing the same sadhana, but with a mind more turned towards meditation, knowledge, and samadhi, and the highest type of Kaila, Kaulikottama, who, having surpassed all ritualism, meditates upon the universal self. Chapter 17. Worship. There are 4 different forms of worship corresponding with 4 states, bhava. The realization that the Jivatma and Paramatma are one, that everything is Brahman, and that nothing but the Brahman exists, is the highest state, or Brahmabhava. Constant meditation by the yoga process upon the Devata in the heart is the lower and middlemost, dhyana bhava. Japa and stava, hymns and prayer, is still lower, and the lowest of all mere external worship, puja. Puja bhava is that which arises out of the dualistic notions of worshipper and worshipped, the servant and the Lord. This dualism exists in greater or less degree in all states except the highest. But for him who, having realized the Advaita Tattva, knows that all is Brahman, there is neither worshipper nor worshipped, neither yoga nor puja, nor dharana, dhyana, stava, japa, vrata, or other ritual or process of sadhana. In external worship, there is worship either of an image, pratima, or of a yantra, which takes its place. The sadhaka should first worship inwardly the mental image of the form assumed by the Devi, and then by the life-giving prana pratishta ceremony, infuse the image with her life by the communication to it of the light and energy, tejas, of the Brahman, which is within him to the image without, from which there bursts the luster of her whose substance is consciousness itself, Caitanya Mayi. She exists as Shakti in stone or metal or elsewhere, but is there veiled and seemingly inert. Chaitanya, consciousness, is aroused by the worshipper through the prana pratishta mantra. Rites, karma, are of 2 kinds. Karma is either nitya or naimitika. The first is both daily and obligatory, and is done because so ordained. Such are the sandhya, which in the case of Shudras is in the tantric form, and daily puja of the Ishta and Kula Devata, and for Brahmanas, the Pancha Mahayagna. The second or conditional karma is occasional and voluntary, and is kamya when done to gain some particular end, such as yagna for a particular object. Tapas with the same end, for certain forms of tapas, are also nitya, and vrata. The Shudra is precluded from the performance of Vedic rites, or the reading of Vedas, or the recital of the Vedic mantra. His worship is practically limited to that of the Ishta Devata and the Banalinga Puja, with tantric and Pauranic mantra, and such vratas as consist in penance and charity. In other cases, the vrata is performed through a brahmana. The Tantra makes no caste distinctions as regards worship. All may read the Tantras, perform the tantric worship, such as the Sandhya, and recite the tantric mantra, such as the tantric Gayatri. All castes, and even the lowest Khandala, may be a member of a chakra or tantric circle of worship. In the chakra, all its members partake of food and drink together and are deemed to be greater than brahmanas, though upon the breakup of the chakra, the ordinary caste and social relations are re-established. All are competent for the special tantric worship, for in the words of the Gautamiya Tantra, the Tantra Shastra is for all castes and for all women. The latter are also excluded under the present Vedic system, though it is said by Shankha Dharma Shastrakara that the wife may, with the consent of her husband, fast, take vows, perform homa and vrata, etc. According to the Tantra, a woman may not only receive mantra, but may, as a guru, initiate and give it. She is worshipful as guru and as wife of guru. The Devi is herself guru of all shastras and women, as indeed all females who are her embodiments are, in a peculiar sense, her earthly representatives. Forms of Acchara. There are 7, or as some say, 9, divisions of worshippers. The extra divisions are bracketed in the following quotation. The Kularnava Tantra mentions 7, which are given in their order of superiority, the first being the lowest. Vedashara, Vaishnavashara, Saivashara, Dakshinashara, Vamachara, Siddhantashara, Agorachara, Yogachara, and Kaulachara, the highest of all. The Āśrama is the way, custom, and practice of a particular class of sadhakas. They are not, as sometimes supposed, different sects, but stages through which the worshipper in this or other births has to pass before he reaches the supreme stage of the Kaila. Vedachara, which consists in the daily practice of the Vedic rites, is the gross body, stula deha, which comprises within it all other akaras, which are, as it were, its subtle bodies, sukshma deha, of various degrees. The worship is largely of an external and ritual character, the object of which is to strengthen Dharma. This is the path of action, kriya marga. In the second stage, the worshipper passes from blind faith to an understanding of the supreme protecting energy of the Brahman, towards which he has the feelings of devotion. This is the path of devotion, bhakti marga, and the aim at this stage is the union of it and faith previously acquired. With an increasing determination to protect Dharma and destroy adharma, the sadhaka passes into Shaivachara, the warrior, kshatriya stage, wherein to love and mercy are added strenuous striving and the cultivation of power. There is union of faith, devotion, bhakti, and inward determination, antarlaksha. Entrance is made upon the path of knowledge, jnana marga. Following this is dakshinachara, which in Tantra does not mean right-hand worship, but favorable, that is, that achara which is favorable to the accomplishment of the higher sadhana, and whereof the Devi is the Dakshina Kalika. This stage commences when the worshipper can make dhyana and dharana of the threefold Shakti of the Brahman, Kriya, Icha, Jnana, and understands the mutual connection, samanvaya, of the 3 gunas until he receives purnabhisheka. At this stage, the sadhaka is Shakta and qualified for the worship of the threefold Shakti of Brahma, Vishnu, Maheshvara. He is fully initiated in the Gayatri mantra and worships the Devi Gayatri, the Dakshina Kalika, or Adya Shakti, the union of the 3 Shaktis. This is the stage of individualistic Brahmanatva, and its aim is the union of faith, devotion, and determination, with a knowledge of the threefold energies. After this, a change of great importance occurs, marking, as it does, the entry upon the path of return, nivritti. This it is which has led some to divide the achara into 2 broad divisions of dakshinachara, including the first 4, and vamachara, including the last 3, it being said that men are born into dakshinachara, but are received by initiation into vamachara. The latter term does not mean, as is vulgarly supposed, left-hand worship, but worship in which woman, vama, enters, that is, lata sadhana. In this achara, there is also worship of the Vama Devi. Vama is here adverse, in that the stage is adverse to pravritti, which governed in varying degrees the preceding achara, and entry is here made upon the path of nivritti, or return to the source whence the world sprung. Up to the fourth stage, the sadhaka followed pravritti marga, the outgoing path which led from the source, the path of worldly enjoyment, albeit curbed by dharma. At first unconsciously and later consciously, sadhana sought to induce nivritti, which, however, can only fully appear after the exhaustion of the forces of the outward current. In Vamachara, however, the sadhaka commences to directly destroy pravritti, and with the help of the guru, whose help throughout is in this necessary, to cultivate nivritti. The method at this stage is to use the forces of pravritti in such a way as to render them self-destructive. The passions which bind may be so employed as to act as forces whereby the particular life of which they are the strongest manifestation is raised to the universal life. Passion, which has hitherto run downwards and outwards to waste, is directed inwards and upwards and transformed to power. But it is not only the lower physical desires of eating, drinking, and sexual intercourse which must be subjugated. The sadhaka must at this stage commence to cut off all the 8 bonds, pasha, which mark the pashu which the Kularnava Tantra enumerates as piti, daya, ignorance, moha, shame, lajja, family, kula, custom, shila, and caste, varna. When Sri Krishna stole the clothes of the bathing gopis and made them approach him naked, he removed the artificial coverings which are imposed on man in the samsara. The gopis were 8, as are the bonds, pasha, and the errors by which the jiva is misled are the clothes which Sri Krishna stole. Freed of these, the jiva is liberated from all bonds arising from his desires, family, and society. He then reaches the stage of Shiva, Shivatva. It is the aim of Vamachara to liberate from the bonds which bind men to the samsara, and to qualify the sadhaka for the highest grades of sadhana in which the sattvika guna predominates. To the truly sattvik, there is neither attachment, nor fear, nor disgust. That which has been commenced in these stages is by degrees completed in those which follow, viz., Siddhantachara, and according to some, Agorachara and Yogachara. The sadhaka becomes more and more freed from the darkness of the samsara, and is attached to nothing, hates nothing, and is ashamed of nothing, having freed himself of the artificial bonds of family, caste, and society. The sadhaka becomes, like Shiva himself, a dweller in the cremation ground, smashana. He learns to reach the upper heights of sadhana and the mysteries of yoga. He learns the movements of the different vayus in the microcosm, the kshudra brahmanda, the regulation of which controls the inclinations and propensities, vritti. He learns also the truths which concern the macrocosm, brahmanda. Here also, the guru teaches him the inner core of Vedachara. Initiation by Yoga Dīkṣa fully qualifies him for Yogachara. On attainment of perfection in Ashtanga Yoga, he is fit to enter the highest stage of Kaulachara. Kaula Dharma is in no wise sectarian, but on the contrary, is the heart of all sects. This, the true meaning of the phrase which, like many another touching the Tantra, is misunderstood and used to fix the Kaula with hypocrisy. Anta Shakta, Bahi Shaiva, Sabhayam Vaishnavamata, Nana Rupadhara Kaula Vikaranti Mahaitale, outwardly Shaivas, in gatherings Vaishnavas, at heart, Shaktas, under various forms the Kaulas wander on earth. A Kaula is one who has passed through these and other stages, which have as their own inmost doctrine, whether these worshippers know it or not, that of Kaulachara. It is indifferent what the Kaula's apparent sect may be. The form is nothing and everything. It is nothing in the sense that it has no power to narrow the Kaula's own inner life. It is everything in the sense that knowledge may infuse its apparent limitations with an universal meaning. So understood, form is never a bond. The Visvasara Tantra says of the Kaula that for him there is neither rule of time nor place. His actions are unaffected either by the phases of the moon or the position of the stars. The Kaila roams the earth in differing forms, at times adhering to social rules, shishta. He at others appears, according to their standard, to be fallen, brashta. At times again, he seems to be as unearthly as a ghost, bhuta or pishacha. To him, no difference is there between mud and sandal paste, his son and an enemy, home and the cremation ground. At this stage, the sadhaka attains to Brahma-jnana, which is the true gnosis in its perfect form. On receiving Mahapurna Dīkṣa, he performs his own funeral rites and is dead to the samsara. Seated alone in some quiet place, he remains in constant samadhi and attains its nirvikalpa form. The Great Mother, the Supreme Prakrti Mahashakti, dwells in the heart of the sadhaka, which is now the cremation ground wherein all passions have been burnt away. He becomes a Paramahamsa, who is liberated whilst yet living, Jivanmukta. It must not, however, be supposed that each of these stages must necessarily be passed through by each jiva in a single life. On the contrary, they are ordinarily traversed in the course of a multitude of births. The weaving of the spiritual garment is recommenced where, in a previous birth, it was dropped, on death. In the present life, a sadhaka may commence at any stage. If he is born into Kaulachara and so is a Kaula in its fullest sense, it is because in previous births he has by sadhana, in the preliminary stages, won his entrance into it. Knowledge of Shakti is, as the Niruttara Tantra says, acquired after many births, and according to the Mahanirvana Tantra, it is by merit acquired in previous births that the mind is inclined to Kaulachara. Mantra. Shabda or sound, which is of the Brahman, and as such the cause of the Brahmanda, is the manifestation of the Chit Shakti itself. The Vishvasara Tantra says that the Para-Brahman, as Shabda Brahman, whose substance is all mantra, exists in the body of the Jivatma. It is either unlettered, Dvani, or lettered, Varna. The former, which produces the latter, is the subtle aspect of the Jiva's vital Shakti. As the Prapanchasara states, the Brahmanda is pervaded by Shakti, consisting of Dvani, also called Nada, Prana, and the like. The manifestation of the gross form, Sthua of Shabda, is not possible unless Shabda exists in a subtle, Sukshma form. Mantras are all aspects of the Brahman and manifestations of Kulakundalini. Philosophically, Shabda is the Guṇa of Akasha, or ethereal space. It is not, however, produced by Akasha, but manifests in it. Shabda is itself the Brahman. In the same way, however, as in outer space, waves of sound are produced by movements of air, vayu. So in the space within the jiva's body, waves of sound are produced according to the movements of the vital air, pranavayu, and the process of inhalation and exhalation. Shabda first appears at the Muladhara, and that which is known to us as such is, in fact, the Shakti, which gives life to the jiva. She it is who, in the Muladhara, is the cause of the sweet, indistinct, and murmuring Dvani, which sounds like the humming of a black bee. The extremely subtle aspect of sound which first appears in the Muladhara is called para. Less subtle when it has reached the heart, it is known as pashyanti. When connected with buddhi, it becomes more gross and is called madhyama. Lastly, in its fully gross form, it issues from the mouth as Vaihari. As Kulakundalini, whose substance is all Varna and Dvani, is but the manifestation of, and herself the Paramatma. So the substance of all mantra is chit, notwithstanding their external manifestation as sound, letters, or words. In fact, the letters of the alphabet, which are known as akshara, are nothing but the yantra of the akshara, or imperishable Brahman. This, however, is only realized by the sadhaka when his Shakti, generated by sadhana, is united with the mantra Shakti. It is the sthula, or gross form of Kulakundalini, appearing in different aspects as different devatas, which is the presiding devata, adhishtatri, of all mantra, though it is the subtle or sukshma form, at which all sadhakas aim. When the mantra Shakti is awakened by the sadhana, the presiding devata appears, and when perfect mantra Siddhi is acquired, the devata, who is Satchidananda, is revealed. The relations of Varna, nada, bindu, vowel, and consonant in a mantra indicate the appearance of devata in different forms. Certain vibhutis, or aspects, of the devata are inherent in certain varnas, but perfect Shakti does not appear in any but a whole mantra. Any word or letter of the mantra cannot be a mantra. Only that mantra in which the playful devata has revealed any of her particular aspects can reveal that aspect, and is therefore called the individual mantra of that one of her particular aspects. The form of a particular devata, therefore, appears out of the particular mantra of which that devata is the adhishtatri devata. A mantra is composed of certain letters arranged in definite sequence of sounds, of which the letters are the representative signs. To produce the designed effect, mantra must be intoned in the proper way, according to svara, rhythm, and varna, sound. Their textual source is to be found in Veda, Purana, and Tantra. The latter is essentially the Mantra Shastra, and so it is said of the embodied Shastra that Tantra, which consists of mantra, is the Paramatma. The Vedas are the Jivatma, Darshana, systems of philosophy, are the senses, Puranas are the body, and Smritis are the limbs. Tantra is thus the Shakti of consciousness, consisting of mantra. A mantra is not the same thing as prayer or self-dedication. Atma Nivedana. Prayer is conveyed in what words the worshipper chooses, and bears its meaning on its face. It is only ignorance of Shastric principles, which supposes that mantra is merely the name for the words in which one expresses what one has to say to the divinity. If it were, the sadhaka might choose his own language without recourse to the eternal and determined sounds of Shastra. A mantra may or may not convey on its face its meaning. Bija, seed, mantra such as aim, klim, hrim, have no meaning according to the ordinary use of language. The initiate, however, knows that their meaning is the own form, svarupa, of the particular devata, whose mantra they are, and that they are the dhvani, which makes all letters sound, and which exists in all which we say or hear. Every mantra is, then, a form, rupa, of the Brahman. Though therefore manifesting in the form and sound of the letters of the alphabet, Shastra says that they go to hell who think that the guru is but a stone, and the mantra but letters of the alphabet. From manana, or thinking, arises the real understanding of the monistic truth, that the substance of the Brahman and the Brahmanda are one and the same. Man of mantra comes from the first syllable of manana, and tra from trana, or liberation from the bondage of the samsara, or phenomenal world. By the combination of man and tra, that is called mantra, which calls forth amantrana, the Chaturvarga, or four aims of sentient being. Whilst, therefore, mere prayer often ends in nothing but physical sound, mantra is a potent, compelling force, a word of power, the fruit of which is mantra siddhi, and is thus effective to produce Chaturvarga, Advaitic perception, and mukti. Thus it is said that siddhi is the certain result of japa. By mantra, the sought-for, sadhya, devata, is attained and compelled. By siddhi, in mantra, is opened the vision of the three worlds. Though the purpose of worship, puja, reading, patha, hymn, stava, sacrifice, homa, dhyana, dharana, and samadhi, and that of the Dīkṣa mantra are the same, yet the latter is far more powerful, and this for the reason that, in the first, the sadhaka's sadhana shakti works, in conjunction with mantra shakti, which has the revelation and force of fire, and than which nothing is more powerful. The special mantra which is received at initiation, Dīkṣa, is the bija, or seed mantra, sown in the field of the sadhaka's heart, and the tantric samdhya, nyasa, puja, and the like are the stem and branches upon which hymns of praise, stuti, and prayer and homage, vandana, are the leaves and flower, and the kavaka, consisting of mantra, the fruit. Mantras are solar, saura, and lunar, saumya, and are masculine, feminine, or neuter. The solar are masculine and lunar feminine. The masculine and neuter forms are called mantra. The feminine mantra is known as vidya. The neuter mantra, such as the Puranic mantra ending with nama, are said to lack the force and vitality of the others. The masculine and feminine unsteady vibrations of the sheaths of the worshipper, thus transforming him, but from it arises the form of the devata, which it is. Mantra siddhi is the ability to make a mantra efficacious and to gather its fruit, in which case the mantra is called mantra siddha. Mantras are classified as siddha, sadhya, susiddha, and ari, according as they are friends, servers, supporters, or destroyers, a matter which is determined for each sadhaka by means of chakra calculations. The Gayatri Mantra. The Gayatri is the most sacred of all Vedic mantras. In it, the Veda lies embodied as in its seed. It runs, Om Bhurbhuva Sva, Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dimahi Dio Yo Na Prakodayat. OM. Let us contemplate the wondrous spirit of the divine creator, Savitur, of the earthly, atmospheric, and celestial spheres. May he direct our minds, that is, towards the attainment of Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, Om. The Gayatri Vyakarana of Yogi Yajnavalkya thus explains the following words: Tat, that. The word yat, which, is understood. Savitu is the possessive case of savitur derived from the root su, to bring forth. Savitur is therefore the bringer forth of all that exists. The sun, Surya, is the cause of all that exists, and of the state in which they exist. Bringing forth and creating all things, it is called Savitur. The Bhavishya Purana says Surya is the visible devata. He is the eye of the world and the maker of the day. There is no other devata eternal like unto him. This universe has emanated from and will be again absorbed into him. Time is of and in him. The planets, the Vasas, Rudras, Vayu, Agni, and the rest are but parts of him. By Bharga is meant the Aditya Devata, dwelling in the region of the sun, Surya Mandala, in all his might and glory. He is to the sun what our spirit, Atma, is to our body. Though he is in the region of the sun in the outer or material sphere, he also dwells in our inner selves. He is the light of the light in the solar circle, and is the light of the lives of all beings. As he is in the outer ether, so also is he in the ethereal region of the heart. In the outer ether, he is Surya, and in the inner ether, he is the wonderful light, which is the smokeless fire. In short, that being whom the sadhaka realizes in the region of his heart is the Aditya in the heavenly firmament. The two are one. The word is derived in two ways. One, from the root bridge, ripen, mature, destroy, reveal, shine. In this derivation, Surya is he who matures and transforms all things. He himself shines and reveals all things by his light. And it is he who at the final dissolution, pralaya, will in his image of destructive fire, kalagni, destroy all things. 2. From bha, dividing all things into different classes, ro, color, for he produces the color of all created objects, ga, constantly going and returning. The sun divides all things, produces the different colors of all things, and is constantly going and returning. As the Brahmana Sarvasva says, the Bharga is the Atma of all that exists, whether moving or motionless, in three Lokas, Bhurbhuvasva. There is nothing which exists apart from it. Devasya is the genitive of Deva, agreeing with Savitu. Deva is the radiant and playful, Lilamaya one. Surya is in constant play with creation, Srishti, existence, Sthiti, and destruction, Pralaya, and by his radiance pleases all. Lila, as applied to the Brahman, is the equivalent of Maya. Varenyam, Varaniya, or adorable. He should be meditated upon and adored that we may be relieved of the misery of birth and death. Those who fear rebirth, who desire freedom from death and liberation, and who strive to escape the three kinds of pain, tapatraya, which are adhyatmika, adhidaivika, and adhibhautika, meditate upon and adore the Bharga, who dwelling in the region of the sun is himself the three regions called Burloka, Bhuvarloka, and Svarloka. Dimahi, Dhyayama, from the root dhyai. We meditate upon, or let us meditate upon. Prakodayat, may he direct. The Gayatri does not so expressly state, but it is understood that such direction is along the Chatur Varga, or fourfold path, which is Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, piety, wealth, desire, and its fulfillment, and liberation, vid a post. The Bharga is ever directing our inner faculties, buddhi vritti, along these paths. The above is the Vaidik Gayatri, which, according to the Vedic system, none but the twice-born may utter. To the Sudra, whether man or woman, and to women of all other castes, it is forbidden. The Tantra, which has a Gayatri mantra of its own, shows no such exclusiveness. Mahanirvana Tantra, Chapter 3, verses 109 to 111, gives the Brahma Gayatri for worshippers of the Brahman. Parameshvaraya vidmahe, paratatvaya dimahi, tan no Brahma prakodayat. May we know the Supreme Lord, let us contemplate the Supreme Essence, and may that Brahman direct us. Yantra. This word in its most general sense means an instrument, or that by which anything is accomplished. In worship, it is that by which the mind is fixed on its object. The Yogini Tantra says that the Devi should be worshipped either in pratima, image, mandala, or yantra. At a certain stage of spiritual progress, the sadhaka is qualified to worship yantra. The Siddha yogi in inward worship, antar puja, commences with the worship of yantra, which is the sign, samkata, of Brahma Vijnana, as the mantra is the samkata of the devata. It is also said that yantra is so called because it subdues, nyantrana, lust, anger, and the other sins of jiva and the sufferings caused thereby. The yantra is a diagram engraved or drawn on metal, paper, or other substances, which is worshipped in the same manner as an image, pratima. As different mantras are prescribed for different worships, so are different yantras. The yantras are therefore of various designs, according to the objects of worship. The one on the next page is a Gayatri yantra belonging to the author. In the center triangle are engraved in the middle the words Shri Shri Gayatri Sva Prasada Siddhim Kuru, Shri Shri Gayatri Devi, grant me success. And at each inner corner there are the bijas, hrim, and hra. In the spaces formed by the intersections of the outer ovoid circles is the bija hri m. The outside circular band contains the bija tha, which indicates svaha, commonly employed to terminate the feminine mantra or vidya. The 8 lotus petals which spring from the band are inscribed with the bija, hrim, im, hra. The outermost band contains all the matrakas, or letters of the alphabet, from akara to ksha. The whole is enclosed in the way common to all yantras by a bhupura, by which, as it were, the yantra is enclosed from the outer world. The yantra, when inscribed with mantra, serves, so far as these are concerned, the purpose of a mnemonic chart of that mantra appropriate to the particular devata whose presence is to be invoked into the yantra. Certain preliminaries precede, as in the case of a pratima, the worship of a yantra. The worshipper first meditates upon the devata, and then arouses him or her in himself. He then communicates the divine presence thus aroused to the yantra. When the devata has, by the appropriate mantra, been invoked into the yantra, the vital airs, prana, of the devata are infused therein by the prana pratishtha ceremony, mantra, and mudra. The devata is thereby installed in the yantra, which is no longer mere gross matter veiling the spirit which has been always there, but instinct with its aroused presence, which the sadhaka first welcomes and then worships. Mantra in itself is devata, and yantra is mantra in that it is the body of the devata, who is mantra. Mudra. The term mudra is derived from the root mud, to please, and in its upasana form is so called because it gives pleasure to the devas. Devanam moda da mudra tasmat tam yatna tashkaret. It is said that there are 108, of which 55 are commonly used. The term means ritual gestures made with the hands in worship or positions of the body in yoga practice. Thus, of the first class, the matsya, fish, mudra, is formed in offering arghya by placing the right hand on the back of the left and extending, fish-like, on each side the two thumbs with the object that the conch, which contains water, may be regarded as an ocean with aquatic animals, and the yoni mudra, which presents that organ as a triangle formed by the thumbs, the two first fingers, and the two little fingers, is shown with the object of invoking the Devi to come and take her place before the worshipper, the yoni being considered to be her patha or yantra. The upasana mudra is thus nothing but the outward expression of inner resolve, which it at the same time intensifies. Mudras are employed in worship, arcana, japa, dhyana, kamya karma, rites done to affect particular objects, pradishta snana, bathing, avahana, welcoming, naivedya, offering of food, and visarjana, or dismissal of the devata. Some mudras of hatha yoga are described sub-yoke. Yoga. The Gheranda Samhita says that knowledge of the yoga mudras grants all siddhis, and that their performance produces physical benefits such as stability, firmness, and cure of disease. Samdhya. The Vaidiki Samdhya is the rite performed by the twice-born castes thrice a day, at morning, midday, and evening. The morning Samdhya is preceded by the following acts. On awakening, a mantra is said in invocation of the Trimurti and the sun, moon, and planets, and salutation is made to the Guru. The Hindu Divija then recites the mantra, "I am a diva, I am indeed the sorrowless Brahman. By nature, I am eternally free, and in the form of existence, intelligence, and bliss." He then offers the actions of the day to the deity, confesses his inherent frailty, and prays that he may do right. Then, leaving his bed and touching the earth with his right foot, the Dvaja says, "Om, O earth! Salutation to thee, the guru of all that is good." After attending to natural calls, the twice-born does akamana, sipping of water, with mantra, cleanses his teeth, and takes his early morning bath to the accompaniment of mantra. He then puts on his caste mark, tilaka, and makes tarpanam or oblation of water to the Deva, Rishi, and Pitar. The Samdhya follows, which consists of akamana, sipping of water, marjana snanam, sprinkling of the whole body with water taken with the hand or kusha grass, pranayama, regulation of prana through its manifestation in breath, aga marsna, expulsion of the person of sin from the body, the prayer to the sun, and then the canon of the Samdhya, the silent recitation, japa, of the Gayatri mantra, which consists of invocation, avahana, of the Gayatri Devi. Rishi Nyasa and Shadanga Nyasa, meditation on the Devi Gayatri in the morning as Brahmani, at midday as Vaishnavi, and in the evening as Rudrani. Japa of the Gayatri a specified number of times. Dismissal, Visarjana, of the Devi, followed by other mantras. Besides the Brahminical Vaidiki Samdhya, from which the Sudras are debarred, there is the Tantriki Samdhya, which may be performed by all. The general outline is similar, the rite is simpler, the mantras vary, and the Tantrika Bijas, or seed mantras, are employed. Puja. This word is the common term for worship, of which there are numerous synonyms in the Sanskrit language. Puja is done daily of the Ishta Devata, or the particular deity worshipped by the sadhaka, the Devi, in the case of a Shakta, Vishnu in the case of a Vaishnava, and so forth. But though the Ishta Devata is the principal object of worship, yet in puja all worship the Pancha Devata, or the 5 devas, Aditya, the sun, Ganesha, the Devi, Shiva, and Vishnu, or Narayana. After worship of the Pancha Devata, the family deity, Kula Devata, who is generally the same as the Ishta Devata, is worshipped. Puja, which is kamya, or done to gain a particular end, as also vrata, are preceded by the samkalpa, that is, a statement of the resolution to do the worship, as also of the particular object, if any, with which it is done. There are 16 upacharas, or things done or used in puja. 1. Asana, seat of the image. 2. Svagata, welcome. 3. Padya, water for washing the feet. 4. Arghya, offering of unboiled rice, flowers, sandal paste, durva grass, etc. to the devata in the kushi, vessel. 5 and 6. Akamana, water for sipping, which is offered twice. 7. Madhuparlya, honey, ghee, milk, and curd offered in a silver or brass vessel. 8. Snana, water for bathing. 9. Vasana, cloth. 10. Abharana, jewels. 11. Ganda, scent and sandal paste is given. 12. Pushpa, the flowers. 13. Dupa, incense stick. 14. Deepa, light. 15. Naivedya, food. 16. Vandana or namaskara, prayer. Other articles are used which vary with the puja, such as tulasi leaf in the Vishnu puja and bael, bilva, leaf in the Shiva puja. The mantras said also vary according to the worship. The seat, asana of the worshipper, is purified. Salutation being made to the Shakti of support or the sustaining force, Adhara Shakti, the water, flowers, etc., are purified. All obstructive spirits are driven away, Bhutapasarpana, and the 10 quarters are fenced from their attack by striking the earth 3 times with the left foot, uttering the astrabija fat, and by snapping the fingers twice round the head. Pranayama, regulation of breath, is performed and the elements of the body are purified, Bhuta Shuddhi. There is nyasa, dhyana, meditation, offering of the upachara, japa, prayer and obeisance, pranama. In the Ashtamurt Puja of Shiva, the Deva is worshipped under the 8 forms: Sarva, earth; Bhava, water; Rudra, fire; Ugra, air; Bhima, ether; Pashupati, Yajamana; the sacrifice man, Ishana, sun; Mahadeva, moon; Yagya. This word, which comes from the root yaj, to worship, is commonly translated sacrifice. The Sanskrit word is, however, retained in the translation, since yagya means other things also than those which come within the meaning of the word sacrifice, as understood by an English reader. Thus, the 5 great sacrifices, Pancha Maha Yajya, which should be performed daily by the Brahmana, are the Homa sacrifice, including Vaishvadeva offering, Bhatayajya or Bali, in which offerings are made to Deva, Bhuta, and other spirits and to animals, Pitar Yajna or Tarpana, oblations to the Pitar, Brahma Yajna, or study of the Vedas, and Manusya Yajna, or entertainment of guests, Atithi Saparya. By these 5 yajnas, the worshipper places himself in right relations with all beings, affirming such relation between Deva, Pitar, spirits, men, the organic creation, and himself. Horna, or Deva Yajna, is the making of offerings to fire, which is the carrier thereof to the Deva. A fire pit, kunda, is prepared, and fire, when brought from the house of a Brahmana, is consecrated with mantra. The fire is made conscious with the mantra, Vam Vahni Chaitanyaya Namah, and then saluted and named. Meditation is then made on the 3 nadis, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, and on Agni, the Lord of Fire. Offerings are made to the Ishtadevata in the fire. After the puja of fire, salutation is given as in Sadanga Nyasa, and then clarified butter, ghee, is poured with a wooden spoon into the fire with mantra, commencing with Om and ending with Svaha. Homa is of various kinds, several of which are referred to in the text, and is performed either daily, as in the case of the ordinary Nitya Vaishva Deva Homa, or on special occasions, such as the Upanayana, or sacred thread ceremony, marriage, vrata, and the like. It is of various kinds, such as Prayakita Homa, Sir Stikert Homa, Janu Homa, Dara Homa, and others, some of which will be found in the Principles of Tantra. Manu speaks of 4 kinds: Deva, Bhauta, where articles and ingredients are employed, as in the case of Homa, Daiva, Bali, Narayajna, and Pitar Yagna. Others are spoken of, such as Japa Yagna, Dhyana Yagna, etc. Yagnas are also classified according to the dispositions and intentions of the worshipper into Sattvika, Rajasika, and Tamasika Yagna. Vrata. Vrata is a part of Naimitika, or voluntary karma. It is that which is the cause of virtue, punya, and is done to achieve its fruit. Vratas are of various kinds. Some of the chief are Janmashtam, on Krishna's birthday, Shivaratri in honor of Shiva, and the Shat Panchami, Durv Ashtami, Talanavami, and Ananta Chaturdash, performed at specified times in honor of Lakshmi, Narayana, and Ananta. Others may be performed at any time, such as the Savitra Vrata by women only, and the Kartikeya Puja by men only. The Great Vrata is the celebrated Durga Puja, Mahavrata, in honor of the Devi as Durga, which will continue as long as the sun and moon endure, and which, if once commenced, must always be continued. There are numerous other vratas which have developed to a great extent in Bengal, and for which there is no shastric authority, such as Madhu Samkranti Vrata, Jala Samkranti Vrata, and others. While each vrata has its peculiarities, certain features are common to vratas of differing kinds. There is both in preparation and performance samyama, such as sexual continence, eating of particular food, such as havashyana, fasting, bathing. No flesh or fish is taken. The mind is concentrated to its purposes, and the vow or resolution, niyama, is taken. Before the vrata, the sun, planets, and Kula Devata are worshipped, and by the Surya Somo Yamakala mantra, all devas and beings are invoked to the side of the worshipper. In the Vaidika vrata, the samkalpa is made in the morning, and the vrata is done before midday. Tapas. This term is generally translated as meaning penance or austerities. It includes these, such as the 4 monthly fasts, Chaturmasya, the sitting between 5 fires, Panchagnitapa, and the like. It has, however, also a wider meaning, and in this wider sense is of 3 kinds, namely sharira, or bodily, vachika, by speech, manasa, in mind. The first includes external worship, reverence, and support given to the guru, brahmanas, and the wise, prajna, bodily cleanliness, continence, simplicity of life, and avoidance of hurt to any being, ahimsa. The second form includes truth, good, gentle, and affectionate speech, and the study of the Vedas. The third, or mental tapas, includes self-restraint, purity of disposition, silence, tranquility, and silence. Each of these classes has 3 subdivisions, for tapas may be sattvika, rajasika, or tamasika, according as it is done with faith, and without regard to its fruit, or for its fruit, or is done through pride and to gain honor and respect, or lastly, which is done ignorantly or with a view to injure and destroy others, such as the sadhana of the tantrika sat karma, when performed for a malevolent purpose, abhichara. Japa. Japa is defined as vidanena mantrokaranam, or the repeated utterance or recitation of mantra according to certain rules. It is according to the Tantra Sara of 3 kinds, vachika, or verbal japa, in which the mantra is audibly recited, the 50 matrakas being sounded nasally with bindu. Upamshu japa, which is superior to the last kind, and in which the tongue and lips are moved, but no sound or only a slight whisper is heard, and lastly, the highest form, which is called manasa japa, or mental utterance. In this there is neither sound nor movement of the external organs, but a repetition in the mind, which is fixed on the meaning of the mantra. One reason given for the differing values attributed to the several forms is that where there is audible utterance, the mind thinks of the words and the process of correct utterance, and is therefore to a greater, as in the case of Vachika Japa, or to a less degree, as in the case of Upam Shujapa, distracted from a fixed attention to the meaning of the mantra. The japas of different kinds have also the relative values, attachable to thought, and its materialization in sound and word. Certain conditions are prescribed as those under which japa should be done, relating to physical cleanliness, the dressing of the hair, and wearing of silk garments, the seat, asana, the avoidance of certain conditions of mind and actions, and the nature of the recitation. The japa is useless unless done a specified number of times, of which 108 is esteemed to be excellent. The counting is done either with a mala or rosary, mala japa, or with the thumb of the right hand upon the joints of the fingers of that hand, kara japa. The method of the counting in the latter case may differ according to the mantra. Samskara. There are 10, or in the case of Shudras, 9, purificatory ceremonies, or sacraments, called samskaras, which are done to aid and purify the jiva in the important events of his life. These are jivasheka, also called garbhadana or samskara, performed after menstruation, with the object of ensuring and sanctifying conception. The garbhadana ceremony takes place in the daytime on the 5th day and qualifies for the real garbhadana at night, that is, the placing of the seed in the womb. It is preceded on the 1st day by the Artiyu samskara, which is mentioned in Chapter 9 of Mahanirvana Tantra. After conception and during pregnancy, the Pumsavana and Smantonayana rites are performed, the first upon the wife perceiving the signs of conception, and the second during the 4th, 6th, or 8th month of pregnancy. In the antenatal life, there are 3 main stages, whether viewed from the objective, physical standpoint, or from the subjective, superphysical standpoint. The first period includes on the physical side all the structural and physiological changes which occur in the fertilized ovum from the moment of fertilization until the period when the embryonic body, by the formation of trunk, limbs, and organs, is fit for the entrance of the individualized life, or jivatma. When the pronuclear activity and differentiation are completed, the jivatma, whose connection with the pronuclei initiated the pronuclear or formative activity, enters the miniature human form, and the second stage of growth and development begins. The second stage is the fixing of the connection between the jiva and the body, or the rendering of the latter viable. This period includes all the anatomical and physiological modifications by which the embryonic body becomes a viable fetus. With the attainment of viability, the stay of the jiva has been assured. Physical life is possible for the child, and the third stage in antenatal life is entered. Thus, on the form side, if the language of comparative embryology is used, the first samskara denotes the impulse to development, from the fertilization of the ovum to the critical period. The second samskara denotes the impulse to development from the critical period to that of the viability stage of the fetus, and the third samskara denotes the development from viability to full term. On the birth of the child, there is the jata karma, performed for the continued life of the newborn child. Then follows the namakarana, or naming ceremony, and nishkramana in the 4th month after delivery, when the child is taken out of doors for the first time and shown the sun, the vivifying source of life, the material embodiment of the divine Savita. Between the 5th and 8th month after birth, the anaprashana ceremony is observed, when rice is put in the child's mouth for the first time. Then follows the chudakarana, or tonsure ceremony, and in the case of the first 3 or twice-born classes, upanayana, or investiture with the sacred thread. Herein the jiva is reborn into spiritual life. There is, lastly, udvaha, or marriage, whereby the unperfected jiva ensures through offspring that continued human life, which is the condition of its progress and ultimate return to its divine source. These are all described in the 9th chapter of this Tantra. There are also 10 samskaras of the mantra. The samskaras are intended to be performed at certain stages in the development of the human body, with the view to effect results beneficial to the human organism. Medical science of today seeks to reach the same results, but uses for this purpose the physical methods of modern Western science, suited to an age of materiality. Whereas in the samskaras, the superphysical, psychic, or occult, or metaphysical and subjective methods of ancient Eastern science are employed. The sacraments of the Catholic Church and others of its ceremonies, some of which have now fallen into disuse, are Western examples of the same psychic method. Purashcharana. This form of sadhana consists in the repetition, after certain preparations and under certain conditions, of a mantra a large number of times. The ritual deals with the time and place of performance, the measurements and decorations of the mandapa, or pandal, and of the altar and similar matters. There are certain rules as to food both prior to and during its performance. The sadhaka should eat havishyana, or, alternatively, boiled milk, kashira, fruits, or Indian vegetables, or anything obtained by begging, and avoid all food calculated to influence the passions. Certain conditions and practices are enjoined for the destruction of sin, such as continence, bathing, japa of the Savitri mantra 5008, 3008, or 1008 times, the entertainment of brahmanas, and so forth. 3 days before puja, there is worship of Ganesha and Kshetrapala, lord of the place. Panchagavya, or the 5 products of the cow, are eaten. The sun, moon, and devas are invoked. Then follows the samkalpa. The gata, or kalasha, jar, is then placed into which the Devi is to be invoked. A mandala, or figure of a particular design, is marked on the ground, and on it the gata is placed. Then the 5 or 9 gems are placed on the kalasha, which is painted with red and covered with leaves. The ritual then prescribes for the tying of the crown lock, shika, the posture, asana, of the sadhaka, japa, nyasa, and the mantra, ritual, or process. There is meditation, as directed. Kuluka is said, and the mantra, awakened, mantra chaitanya, and recited the number of times for which the vow has been taken. Bahuta Shuddhi. The object of this ritual, which is described in Mahanirvana Tantra, Chapter 5, verses 93 et seq., is the purification of the elements of which the body is composed. The mantra Mahodadi speaks of it as a rite which is preliminary to the worship of a diva. The process of evolution from the para-Brahman has been described. By this ritual, a mental process of involution takes place, whereby the body is in thought resolved into the source from whence it has come. Earth is associated with the sense of smell, water with taste, fire with sight, air with touch, and ether with sound. Kundalini is roused and led to the Svadhisthana chakra. The earth element is dissolved by that of water as water is by fire, fire by air, and air by ether. This is absorbed by a higher emanation, and that by a higher, and so on, until the source of all is reached. Having dissolved each gross element, Mahabhuta, together with the subtle element, Tanmatra, from which it proceeds, and the connected organ of sense, Indriya, by another, the worshipper absorbs the last element, ether, with the Tanmatra sound into selfhood, Ahamkara, the latter into Mahat, and that again into Prakrti, thus retracing the steps of evolution. Then, in accordance with the monistic teaching of the Vedanta, Prakrti is herself thought of as the Brahman, of which she is the energy, and with which, therefore, she is already one. Thinking then of the black Purusha, which is the image of all sin, the body is purified by mantra, accompanied by kumbhaka and rekaka, and the sadhaka meditates upon the new celestial deva body, which has thus been made and which is then strengthened by a celestial gaze. Nyasa. This word, which comes from the root to place, means placing the tips of the fingers and palm of the right hand on various parts of the body, accompanied by particular mantras. The nyasas are of various kinds. Jivanyasa follows upon Bhuta Shuddhi. After the purification of the old and the formation of the celestial body, the sadhaka proceeds by Jivanyasa to infuse the body with the life of the Divi. Placing his hand on his heart, he says the Soham mantra, I am he, thereby identifying himself with the Divi. Then placing the 8 Kulakundalinis in their several places, he says the following mantras: Aim, Krim, Klim, Yam, Ram, Lam, Vam, Sham, Sham, Sam, Hum, Haum, Hamsa. The vital airs of the highly blessed and auspicious primordial Kalika are here. Aim, etc., the embodied spirit of the highly blessed and auspicious Kalika is placed here. Aim, etc. Here are all the senses of the highly auspicious and blessed Kalika. And lastly, aim, etc. May the speech, mind, sight, hearing, smell, and vital airs of the highly blessed and auspicious Kalika coming here always abide here in peace and happiness. Svaha. The sadhaka then becomes Devata Maya. After having thus dissolved the sinful body, made a new Deva body, and infused it with the life of the Divi, he proceeds to Matrikanyasa. Matrika are the 50 letters of the Sanskrit alphabet. For as from a mother comes birth, so from Matrika, or sound, the world proceeds. Shabda Brahman, the sound, Logos, or word, is the creator of the worlds of name and form. The bodies of the Devata are composed of the 50 Matrikas. The sadhaka, therefore, first sets mentally, Antar, Matrika, Nyasa, in their several places in the 6 chakras, and then externally, by physical action, Bahya Matrikanyasa, the letters of the alphabet which form the different parts of the body of the Devata, which is thus built up in the sadhaka himself. He places his hand on different parts of his body, uttering distinctly at the same time the appropriate matrika for that part. The mental disposition in the chakras is as follows. In the Agnya lotus, Ham, Ksham, each letter in this and the succeeding cases is said, followed by the mantra Nama. In the Vishuddha lotus Am, and the rest of. The vowels. In the Anahata lotus Kam, Kam to Tam. In the Manipura lotus, Dam, Tam, etc. to Fam. In the Svadhisthana lotus Bam, Pam to Lam. And lastly, in the Muladhara lotus, Vam, Sham, Sham, Sam. The external disposition then follows. The vowels in their order with Anusvara and Visarga are placed on the forehead, face, right and left eye, right and left ear, right and left nostril, right and left cheek, upper and lower lip, upper and lower teeth, head, and hollow of the mouth. The consonants Kam to Vam are placed on the base of right arm and the elbow, wrist, base, and tips of fingers, left arm, right and left leg, right and left side, back, navel, belly, heart, right and left shoulder, space between the shoulders, Kakuda, and then from the heart to the right palm, Sham is placed, and from the heart to the left palm, the second Sham, from the heart to the right foot, Sam, from the heart to the left foot, Ham, and lastly, from the heart to the belly, and from the heart to the mouth, Ksham. In each case, Om is said at the beginning and Nama at the end. According to the Tantra Sara, Matrikanyasa is also classified into 4 kinds, performed with different aims. Viz. Kevala, where the matrika is pronounced without bindu, bindu samyuta with bindu, samsarga with visarga, and sobhya with visarga and bindu. Rishinyasa then follows for the attainment of the Katurvarga. The assignment of the mantra is to the head, mouth, heart, anus, the 2 feet, and all the body generally. The mantras commonly employed are: in the head, salutation to the Rishi, revealer, Brahma; in the mouth, salutation to the mantra, Gayatri; in the heart, salutation to the Devi Mother Sarasvati; in the hidden part, salutation to the Bija, the consonants; salutation to the Shakti, the vowels in the feet; salutation to Visarga, the Kalaka, in the whole body. Another form in which the bija is employed is that of the adya, It is referred to, but not given, in chap. V, verse 123, and is, in the head, salutation to Brahma and the Brahma Rishis, in the mouth, salutation to Gayatri and the other forms of verse, in the heart, salutation to the primordial Devata Kali, in the hidden part, salutation to the Bija, Krim, in the 2 feet, salutation to the Shakti, Hrim, in all the body, salutation to the Kalika Shrim. Then follows Anganyasa and Karanyasa. These are both forms of Shadanganyasas. When Sadanganyasa is performed on the body, it is called Hridayadi Shadanganyasa, and when done with the 5 fingers and palms of the hands only, Angusthadi Sadanganyasa. The short vowel A, the consonants of the Kavarga group, and the long vowel A are recited with Hridayaya Nama, salutation to the heart. The short vowel I, the consonants of the Kavarga group, and the long vowel I are said with Shirasi Svaha, Svaha to the head. The hard Tavarga consonants set between the 2 vowels U and U are recited with Shikayai Vashat, Vashat to the crown lock. Similarly, the soft Tavarga between the vowels E and I are said with Kavakaya Hum. The short vowel O, the Pavarga, and the long vowel O are recited with Netra Trayaya Vaushat, Vaushat to the 3 eyes. Lastly, between Bindu and Visarga, the consonants Ya to Ksha with Karatalakara Prushtha Byam Astraya Fat, fat to the front and back of the palm. The mantras of Shadanganyasa on the body are used for Karanyasa, in which they are assigned to the thumbs, the threatening or index fingers, the middle fingers, the 4th little fingers, and the front and back of the palm. These actions on the body, fingers, and palms also stimulate the nerve centers and nerves therein. In Pithanyasa, the pithas are established in place of the matrika. The pithas, in their ordinary sense, are Kamarupa and the other places, a list of which is given in the Yogini Hridaya. For the attainment of that state in which the sadhaka feels that the bhava, nature, disposition, of the devata has come upon him, nyasa is a great auxiliary. It is, as it were, the wearing of jewels on different parts of the body. The bija of the devata are the jewels which the sadhaka places on the different parts of his body. By nyasa, he places his abhishtadevata in such parts, and by vyapaka nyasa, he spreads its presence throughout himself. He becomes permeated by it, losing himself in the divine self. Nyasa is also of use in effecting the proper distribution of the shaktis of the human frame in their proper positions so as to avoid the production of discord and distraction in worship. Nyasa, as well as asana, are necessary for the production of the desired state of mind and of chitta shuddhi, its purification. Das Denken ist der Maß der Dinge. Transformation of thought is transformation of being. This is the essential principle and rational basis of all this and similar tantric sadhanas. Panchatattva. There are, as already stated, 3 classes of men, Pashu, Vura, and Divya. The operation of the gunas which produce these types affect, on the gross material plane, the animal tendencies, manifesting in the 3 chief physical functions, eating and drinking, whereby the annamaya kosha is maintained, and sexual intercourse, by which it is reproduced. These functions are the subject of the Panchatattva, or Panchamakara, 5 M's, as they are vulgarly called, viz., madhya, wine, mamsa, meat, matsya, fish, mudra, parched grain, and maithuna, coition. In ordinary parlance, mudra means ritual gestures or positions of the body in worship and hatha yoga, but as one of the 5 elements, it is parched cereal, and is defined as baristadanyadikam yadyad chavyanyam prachakshate, samudra kathita devi sarvisam naga nandini. The Tantras speak of the 5 elements as panchatattva, kuladravya, kulatattva, and certain of the elements have esoteric names, such as karanavari or tirthavari. For wine, the 5th element being usually called lata sadhana, sadhana with woman, or shakti. The 5 elements, moreover, have various meanings according as they form part of the tamasika, Pashvachara, Rajasika, Virachara, or Divya or Sattvika sadhanas, respectively. All the elements or their substitutes are purified and consecrated, and then, with the appropriate ritual, the first 4 are consumed, such consumption being followed by Lata Sadhana or its symbolic equivalent. The Tantra prohibits indiscriminate use of the elements, which may be consumed or employed only after purification, shodhana, and during worship according to the Tantric ritual. Then also, all excess is forbidden. The Shyama Rahasya says that intemperance leads to hell, and this Tantra condemns it in Chapter 5. A well-known saying in Tantra describes the true hero, Vira, to be, not he who is of great physical strength and prowess, the great eater and drinker, or man of powerful sexual energy, but he who has controlled his senses is a truth-seeker, ever engaged in worship, and who has sacrificed lust and all other passions. Jitendriya, Satyavadi, Nityanusthana Tatpara, Kamadi Bali Danashka, Savira iti Gyate. The elements in their literal sense are not available in sadhana for all. The nature of the pashu requires strict adherence to Vedic rule in the matter of these physical functions, even in worship. This rule prohibits the drinking of wine, a substance subject to the 3 curses of Brahma, Kacha, and Krishna in the following terms. Madhyama payam adayam agrahyam. Wine must not be drunk, given, or taken. The drinking of wine in ordinary life for satisfaction of the sensual appetite is, in fact, a sin involving prayaschitta and entailing, according to the Vishnu Purana, punishment in the same hell as that to which a killer of a brahmana goes. As regards flesh and fish, the higher castes, outside Bengal, who submit to the orthodox smarta discipline eat neither, nor do high and strict brahmanas even in that province. But the bulk of the people there, both men and women, eat fish, and men consume the flesh of male goats, which have been previously offered to the deity. The Vaidika Dharma is equally strict upon the subject of sexual intercourse. Maithuna, other than with the householder's own wife, is condemned. And this is not only in its literal sense, but in that which is known as Ashtanga, eightfold, Maithuna, viz., Smaranam, thinking upon it, Kirtanam, talking of it, Kili, play with women, Prekshanam, looking upon woman, Guhyabhashanam, talk in private with woman, Samkalpa, wish or resolve for Maithuna, Adhyavasaya, determination towards it, Kriyanishpati, actual accomplishment of the sexual act. In short, the pashu, and except for ritual purposes those who are not pashus, should, in the words of T.H.C. Shaktakramiya, avoid Maithuna, conversation on the subject, and assemblies of women, Maithunam tatkathalapam tadgoshtim parivarjayet. Even in the case of the householder's own wife, marital continency is enjoined. The divinity in woman, which the Tantra in particular proclaims, is also recognized in the ordinary Vedic teaching, as must obviously be the case given the common foundation upon which all the Shastras rest. Woman is not to be regarded merely as an object of enjoyment, but as a house goddess, Grhadavata. According to the sublime notions of Shruti, the union of man and wife is a veritable sacrificial rite, a sacrifice in fire, homa, wherein she is both hearth, kunda, and flame, and he who knows this as homa attains liberation. Similarly, the Tantrika mantra for the Siva Shakti yoga runs, "This is the internal homa in which, by the path of Sushumna, sacrifice is made of the functions of sense to the spirit, as fire kindled with the ghee of merit and demerit, taken from the mind as the ghee pot svaha." It is not only thus that wife and husband are associated, for the Vedika Dharma, in this now neglected prescribes, that the householder should worship in company with his wife. Varn, brahmacharya, or continency, is not, as is sometimes supposed, a requisite of the student Āśrama only, but is a rule which governs the married householder, grihastha, also. According to Vaidika injunctions, Union of man and wife must take place once a month on the 5th day after the cessation of the menses, and then only. Hence, it is that the Nitya Tantra, when giving the characteristic of a Pashu, says that he is one who avoids sexual union except on the 5th day, Ertukalamvina Devi Ramanam Parivrajayet. In other words, the Pashu is he who, in this case, as in other matters, follows for all purposes, ritual or otherwise, the Vedic injunctions which govern the ordinary life of all. The above-mentioned rules govern the life of all men. The only exception which the Tantra makes is for purpose of sadhana in the case of those who are competent, adhikari, for virachara. It is held indeed that the exception is not strictly an exception to Vedic teaching at all, and that it is an error to suppose that the Tantrika Rahasya Puja is opposed to the Vedas. Thus, whilst the Vedic rule prohibits the use of wine in ordinary life, and for purposes of mere sensual gratification, it prescribes the religious yajna with wine. This ritual use the Tantra also allows, provided that the sadhaka is competent for the sadhana, in which its consumption is part of its ritual and method. The Tantra enforces the Vedic rule in the cases, ritual or otherwise, for those who are governed by the Vedic achara. The Nitya Tantra says, they, Pashu, should never worship the Devi during the latter part of the day, in the evening or at night. Ratrau naiva yagedevim samdhyayam vaparanhake. For all such worship connotes maithuna prohibited to the Pashu. In lieu of it, varying substitutes are prescribed, such as either an offering of flowers with the hands formed into the Kachapa mudra, or union with the worshipper's own wife. In the same way, in lieu of wine, the Pashu should, if a Brahmana, take milk, if a Kshatriya, ghee, if a Vaishya, honey, and if a Shudra, a liquor made from rice, salt, ginger, sesamum, wheat, mashkalai, beans, and garlic are various substitutes for meat, and the white brinjal vegetable, red radish, masoor, a kind of gram, red sesamum, and panifala, an aquatic plant, take the place of fish. Paddy, rice, wheat, and gram generally are mudra. The vira, or rather he who is qualified, adhikari for virachara, since the true vira is its finished product, commences sadhana with the rajasika panyatattva first stated, which are employed for the destruction of the sensual tendencies which they connote. For the worship of Shakti, the panchatattvas are declared to be essential. This Tantra declares that such worship without their use is but the practice of evil magic. Upon this passage, the commentator Jaganmohana Tarkalamkara observes as follows: let us consider what most contributes to the fall of a man, making him forget duty, sink into sin, and die an early death. First among these are wine and women, fish, meat and mudra, and accessories. By these things men have lost their manhood. Shiva then desires to employ these very poisons in order to eradicate the poison in the human system. Poison is the antidote for poison. This is the right treatment for those who long for drink or lust for women. The physician must, however, be an experienced one. If there be a mistake as to the application, the patient is likely to die. Shiva has said that the way of kulachara is as difficult as it is to walk on the edge of a sword or to hold a wild tiger. There is a secret argument in favor of the panchatattva, and those tattvas so understood should be followed by all. None, however, but the initiate can grasp this argument, and therefore Shiva has directed that it should not be revealed before anybody and everybody. An initiate, when he sees a woman, will worship her as his own mother or goddess, Ishtadevata, and bow before her. The Vishnu Purana says that by feeding your desires, you cannot satisfy them. It is like pouring ghee on fire. Though this is true, an experienced spiritual teacher, guru, will know how, by the application of this poisonous medicine, to kill the poison of samsara. Shiva has, however, prohibited the indiscriminate publication of this. The meaning of this passage would therefore appear to be this: the object of Tantrika worship is Brahma Sayugya, or union with Brahman. If that is not attained, nothing is attained. And, with men's propensities as they are, this can only be attained through the special treatment prescribed by the Tantras. If this is not followed, then the sensual propensities are not eradicated, and the work for the desired end of Tantra is as useless as magic, which, worked by such a man, leads only to the injury of others. The other secret argument here referred to is that by which it is shown that the particular may be raised to the universal life by the vehicle of those same passions, which, when flowing only in an outward and downward current, are the most powerful bonds to bind him to the former. The passage cited refers to the necessity for the spiritual direction of the guru. To the want of such is accredited the abuses of the system. When the patient, Siṣya, and the disease are working together, there is poor hope for the former. But when the patient, the disease, and the physician, guru, are on one and at the wrong side, then nothing can save him from a descent on that downward path which it is the object of the sadhana to prevent. Verse 67 in Chapter 1 of Mahanirvana Tantra is here, in point. Owing, however, to abuses, particularly as regards the tattva of Madhya and Maithuna, this Tantra, according to the current version, prescribes in certain cases limitations as regards their use. It prescribes that when the Kali Yuga is in full strength, and in the case of householders, grasta, whose minds are engrossed with worldly affairs, the three sweets, madhuratraya, are to be substituted for wine. Those who are of virtuous temperament and whose minds are turned towards the Brahman are permitted to take 5 cups of wine. So also as regards Mithuna, this Tantra states that men in this Kali age are by their nature weak and disturbed by lust, and by reason of this do not recognize women, Shakti, to be the image of the deity. It accordingly ordains that when the Kali Yuga is in full sway, the 5th tattva shall only be accomplished with Sviya Shakti, or the worshipper's own wife, and that union with a woman who is not married to the sadhaka in either Brahma or Shaiva forms is forbidden. In the case of other Shakti, Parakya and Sadharani, it prescribes, in lieu of Maithuna, meditation by the worshipper upon the lotus feet of the Devi, together with japa of his Ishta mantra. This rule, however, the commentator says, is not of universal application. Shiva has, in this Tantra, prohibited sadhana with the last tattva, with Parakya, and Sadharani Shakti in the case of men of ordinary weak intellect ruled by lust. But for those who have by sadhana conquered their passions and attained the state of a true vira, or siddha, there is no prohibition as to the mode of lata sadhana. This Tantra appears to be, in fact, a protest against the misuse of the tattva, which had followed upon a relaxation of the original rules and conditions governing them. Without the Panchatattva in one form or another, the Shakti Puja cannot be performed. The Mother of the Universe must be worshipped with these elements. By their use, the universe, Jagat Brahmanda, itself is used as the article of worship. Wine signifies the power, Shakti, which produces all fiery elements, meat and fish, all terrestrial and aquatic animals, mudra, all vegetable life, and Maithuna, the will, Icha, action, Kriya, and knowledge, Jnana, Sakti of the supreme Prakrti, productive of that great pleasure which accompanies the process of creation. To the mother is thus offered the restless life of her universe. The object of all sadhana is the stimulation of the sattva guna. When by such sadhana this guna largely preponderates, the sattvika sadhana, suitable for men of a high type of divyabhava, is adopted. In this latter sadhana, the names of the panchatattva are used symbolically for operations of a purely mental and spiritual character. Thus, the Kaivalya says that wine is that intoxicating knowledge acquired by yoga of the para-Brahman, which renders the worshipper senseless as regards the external world. Meat, mamsa, is not any fleshy thing, but the act whereby the sadhaka consigns all his acts to me, Mam. Matsya, fish, is that sattvika knowledge by which through the sense of mindness the worshipper sympathizes with the pleasure and pain of all beings. Mudra is the act of relinquishing all association with evil which results in bondage, and Maithuna is the union of the Shakti Kundalini with Shiva in the body of the worshipper. This, the Yogini Tantra says, is the best of all unions for those who have already controlled their passions, yati. According to the Agamasara, wine is the somadhara, or lunar ambrosia, which drops from the Brahmarandra. Mamsa, meat, is the tongue, ma, of which its part, amsa, is speech. The sadhaka, in eating, it controls his speech. Matsya, fish, are those two which are constantly moving in the two rivers Ida and Pingala. He who controls his breath by pranayama eats them by kumbhaka. Mudra is the awakening of knowledge in the pericarp of the great Sahasrara lotus, where the Atma, like Mercury, resplendent as 10 million suns and deliciously cool as 10 million moons, is united with the Divi Kundalini. The esoteric meaning of Maithuna is thus stated by the Agama. The ruddy-hued letter Ra is in the Kunda, and the letter Ma, in the shape of Bindu, is in the Mahayoni. When Makara, M, seated on the Hamsa in the form of Akara, A, unites with Rakara, R, then the Brahmajnana, which is the source of supreme bliss, is gained by the sadhaka, who is then called Atmarama, for his enjoyment is in the Atma in the Sahasrara. This is the union on the purely sattvika plane, which corresponds on the rajasika plane to the union of Śiva and Śakti in the persons of their worshippers. The union of Śiva and Śakti is described as a true yoga from which, as the Yamala says, arises that joy which is known as the supreme bliss. Chakra Puja. Worship with the Panchatattva generally takes place in an assembly called a chakra, which is composed of men, sadhaka, and women, Shakti, or Bhairava and Bhairavi. The worshippers sit in a circle, chakra, men and women alternately, the Shakti sitting on the left of the sadhaka. The lord of the chakra, Chakrasvamin, or Chakreshvara, sits with his Shakti in the center, where the wine jar and other articles used in the worship are kept. During the chakra, all eat, drink, and worship together, there being no distinction of caste. No pashu should, however, be introduced. There are various kinds of chakras, such as the Vira, Raja, Deva, Maha chakras productive, it is said, of various fruits for the participators therein. Chapter 6 of the Mahanirvana Tantra deals with the Panchatattva, and Chapter 8 gives an account of the Bhairavi and Tattva, or Divya, chakras. The latter is for worshippers of the Brahma mantra. Chapter 18. Yoga. This word, derived from the root yuj, to join, is in grammar samdhi, in logic avayava shakti, or the power of the parts taken together, and in its most widely known and present sense, the union of the jiva, or embodied spirit, with the paramatma, or supreme spirit, and the practices by which this union may be attained. There is a natural yoga, in which all beings are, for it is only by virtue of this identity in fact that they exist. This position is common ground, though in practice too frequently overlooked. Primus modus unionis est quo Deus ratione suae immensitatis est in omnibus rebus per essentiam, presentiam et potentiam, per essentiam ut dans omnibus esse, per permentiam ut omnia prospiciens, per potentiam ut de omnibus disponens. The mystical theologician cited, however, proceeds to say, sed hec unio anime cum Deo est generalis, communis omnibus et ordinis naturalis. Illa namque de qualoquimur est ordinis supernaturalis actualis et fructiva. It is of this special yoga, though not in reality more supernatural than the first, that we here deal. Yoga in its technical sense is the realization of this identity, which exists, though it is not known, by the destruction of the false appearance of separation. There is no bond equal in strength to Maya, and no force greater to destroy that bond than yoga. There is no better friend than knowledge, jnana, nor worse enemy than egoism, ahamkara. As to learn the Shastra, one must learn the alphabet, so yoga is necessary for the acquirement of tattvajnana, truth. The animal body is the result of action, and from the body flows action, the process being compared to the seesaw movement of a gatiyantra or water lifter. Through their actions, beings continually go from birth to death. The complete attainment of the fruit of yoga is lasting and unchanging life in the noumenal world of the Absolute. Yoga is variously named according to the methods employed, but the two main divisions are those of the Hatha Yoga, or Gadastha Yoga, and Samadhi Yoga, of which Raja Yoga is one of the forms. Hatha Yoga is commonly misunderstood, both in its definition and aim being frequently identified with exaggerated forms of self-mortification. The Garanda Samhita well defines it to be the means whereby the excellent Raja Yoga is attained. Actual union is not the result of Hatha Yoga alone, which is concerned with certain physical processes preparatory or auxiliary to the control of the mind, by which alone union may be directly attained. It is, however, not meant that all the processes of Hatha Yoga here or in the books described are necessary for the attainment of Raja Yoga. What is necessary must be determined according to the circumstances of each particular case. What is suited or necessary in one case may not be so for another. A peculiar feature of Tantrika Virachara is the union of the sadhaka and his Shakti in Lata Sadhana. This is a process which is expressly forbidden to Pashas by the same tantras which prescribe it for the Vira. The union of Śiva and Śakti in the higher sadhana is different in form, being the union of the Kundalini Shakti of the Muladhara with the Bindu, which is upon the Sahasrara. This process, called the piercing of the 6 chakras, is described later on in a separate paragraph. Though, however, all Hatha Yoga processes are not necessary, some, at least, are generally considered to be so. Thus, in the well-known Ashtanga Yoga, 8-limbed yoga, of which Samadhi is the highest end, the physical conditions and processes known as asana and pranayama are prescribed. This yoga prescribes 5 exterior bahiranga methods for the subjugation of the body, namely 1. Yama, forbearance or self-control, such as sexual continence, avoidance of harm to others, ahimsa, kindness, forgiveness, the doing of good without desire for reward, absence of covetousness, temperance, purity of mind and body, etc. 2. Niyama, religious observances, charity, austerities, reading of the Shastra and Ishvara Pranidhana, persevering devotion to the Lord. 3. Asana, seated positions or postures. 4. Pranayama, regulation of the breath. A yogi renders the vital airs equable and consciously produces the state of respiration which is favorable for mental concentration, as others do it occasionally and unconsciously. 5. Pratyahara, restraint of the senses, which follows in the path of the other 4 processes which deal with subjugation of the body. There are then 3 interior, yoganga, methods for the subjugation of the mind, namely 6. Dharana, attention, steadying of the mind, the fixing of the internal organ, chitta, in the particular manner indicated in the works on yoga. 7. Dhyana, or the uniform continuous contemplation of the object of thought. And 8. That samadhi, which is called savikalpa samadhi. Savikalpa samadhi is a deeper and more intense contemplation on the self to the exclusion of all other objects and constituting trance or ecstasy. This ecstasy is perfected to the stage of the removal of the slightest trace of the distinction of subject and object in nirvikalpa samadhi, in which there is complete union with the Paramatma, or divine spirit. By vairagya, dispassion, and keeping the mind in its unmodified state, yoga is attained. This knowledge, aham brahmasmi, I am the Brahman, does not produce liberation, moksha, but is liberation itself. Whether yoga is spoken of as the union of Kula Kundalini with Paramashiva, or the union of the individual soul, Jivatma, with the Supreme Soul, Paramatma, or as the state of mind in which all outward thought is suppressed, or as the controlling or suppression of the thinking faculty, Chittavrti, or as the union of the moon and the sun, Ida and Pingala, Prana and Apana or Nada and Bindu, the meaning and the end are in each case the same. Yoga, in seeking mental control and concentration, makes use of certain preliminary physical processes, sadhana, such as the satkarma, asana, mudra, and pranayama. By these 4 processes and 3 mental acts, 7 qualities, known as shodhana, dridhata, sthirata, dhairya, lagava, pratyaksa, nirliptatva, are acquired. Shodhana, shatkarma. The first, or cleansing, is effected by the 6 processes known as the shatkarma. Of these, the first is dhauti, or washing, which is fourfold, or inward washing, antar dhauti, cleansing of the teeth, danta dhauti, etc., of the heart, hridhauti, and of the rectum, mula dhauti. Antar dhauti is also fourfold, namely vatasara, by which air is drawn into the belly and then expelled, varisara, by which the body is filled with water, which is then evacuated by the anus, vahnasara, in which the nabi granthi is made to touch the spinal column, meru, and bahishkrita, in which the belly is by kakini mudra, filled with air, which is retained half a jama and then sent downward. Dantadauti is fourfold, consisting of the cleansing of the root of the teeth and tongue, the ears and the hollow of the forehead, kapala randra. By her dauti, phlegm and bile are removed. This is done by a stick, dandadauti, or cloth, vasodauti, pushed into the throat or swallowed, or by vomiting, vamanadauti. Muladauti is done to cleanse the exit of the apanavayu, either with the middle finger and water or the stalk of a turmeric plant. Vasti, the second of the satkarma, is twofold and is either of the dry, shushka, or watery, jala kind. In the second form, the yogi sits in the utkatasana posture in water up to the navel, and the anus is contracted and expanded by Ayavini mudra, or the same is done in the paschimottanasana, and the abdomen below the navel is gently moved. In neti, the nostrils are cleansed with a piece of string. Lauliki is the whirling of the belly from side to side. In Trataka, the yogi, without winking, gazes at some minute object until the tears start from his eyes. By this, the celestial vision, divya drishti, so often referred to in the Tantrika Upasana, is acquired. Kapalabhati is a process of the removal of phlegm and is threefold: vatakrama, by inhalation and exhalation; vyutkrama, by water drawn through the nostrils and ejected through the mouth; and shitkrama, the reverse process. These are the various processes by which the body is cleansed and made pure for the yoga practice to follow. Durdhata. Asana. Didhata, or strength or firmness, the acquisition of which is the second of the above-mentioned processes, is attained by asana. Asanas are postures of the body. The term is generally described as modes of seating the body, but the posture is not necessarily a sitting one, for some asanas are done on the belly, back, hands, etc. It is said that the asanas are as numerous as living beings, and that there are 8,400,000 of these. 1,600 are declared to be excellent, and out of these 32 are auspicious for men, which are described in detail. Two of the commonest of these are Mukta Padmasana, the loosened lotus seat, the ordinary position for worship, and Baddha Padmasana. Patanjali, on the subject of asana, merely points out what are good conditions, leaving each one to settle the details for himself according to his own requirements. There are certain other asanas which are peculiar to the Tantras, such as Mundasana, Sitāsana, and Shavasana, in which skulls, the funeral pyre, and a corpse respectively form the seat of the sadhaka. These, though they may have other ritual objects, form part of the discipline for the conquest of fear and the attainment of indifference, which is the quality of a yogi. And so the Tantras prescribe as the scene of such rites the solitary mountaintop, the lonely empty house and riverside, and the cremation ground. The interior cremation ground is there where the kamic body and its passions are consumed in the ire of knowledge. Sthirata, mudras. Sthirata, or fortitude, is acquired by the practice of the mudras. The mudras dealt with in works of Hatha Yoga are positions of the body. They are gymnastic, health-giving, and destructive of disease and of death, such as the Jaladhara and other mudras. They also preserve from injury by fire, water, or air. Bodily action and the health resulting therefrom react upon the mind, and by the union of a perfect mind and body, Siddhi is by their means attained. The Gheranda Samhita describes a number of mudras, of which those of importance may be selected. In the celebrated Yonimudra, the yogi in Siddhasana stops with his fingers, the ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth. He inhales pranavayu by Kakini Mudra and unites it with apanavayu. Meditating in their order upon the 6 chakras, he arouses the sleeping Kula Kundalini by the mantra Hum Hamza and raises her to the Sahasrara. Then, deeming himself pervaded with the Shakti and in blissful union, Sangama, with Shiva, he meditates upon himself as, by reason of that union, bliss itself and the Brahman. Ashvini Mudra consists of the repeated contraction and expansion of the anus for the purpose of shodhana or of contraction to restrain the apana in Shachakrabheda. Shakti Chalana employs the latter mudra, which is repeated until Vayu manifests in the Sushumna. The process is accompanied by inhalation and the union of prana and apana whilst in Siddhasana. Diarrhea, pratyahara. Diarrhea, or steadiness, is produced by pratyahara. Pratyahara is the restraint of the senses, the freeing of the mind from all distractions, and the keeping of it under the control of the Atma. The mind is withdrawn from whatsoever direction it may tend by the dominant and directing self. Pratyahara destroys the 6 sins. Lagava, pranayama. From pranayama arises lagava, lightness. All beings say the Ajapa Gayatri, which is the expulsion of the breath by Hamkara and its inspiration by Sakara, 21,600 times a day. Ordinarily, the breath goes forth a distance of 12 fingers' breadth, but in singing, eating, walking, sleeping, coition, the distances are 16, 20, 24, 30, and 36 breaths respectively. In violent exercise, these distances are exceeded, the greatest distance being 96 breaths. Where the breathing is under the normal distance, life is prolonged. Where it is above that, it is shortened. Puraka is inspiration, and Rakaka, expiration. Kumbhaka is the retention of the breath between these 2 movements. Kumbhaka is, according to the Gheranda Samhita, of 8 kinds: Sahita, Suryabheda, Ujjayi, Shitali, Pastrika, Brahmari, Murchha, and Kavali. Pranayama similarly varies. Pranayama is the control of the breath and other vital airs. It awakens Shakti, frees from disease, produces detachment from the world, and bliss. It is of varying values, being the best, Uttama, where the measure is 20, middling, Madhyama, when at 16 it produces spinal tremor, and inferior, Adama, when at 12 it induces perspiration. It is necessary that the nadi should be cleansed, for air does not enter those which are impure. The cleansing of the nadi shuddhi, is either samanu or nirmanu, that is with or without the use of bija. According to the first form, the yogi in Padmasana does guru nyasa according to the directions of the guru. Meditating on yam, he does japa through ida of the bija 16 times, kumbhaka, with japa of bija 64 times, and then exhalation through the solar nadi and japa of bija 32 times. Fire is raised from Manipura and united with Parthiv. Then follows inhalation by the solar nadi with the Vahni bija, 16 times, kumbhaka with 64 japa, followed by exhalation through the lunar nadi and japa of the bija 32 times. He then meditates on the lunar brilliance gazing at the tip of the nose and inhales ida with japa of the bija tam 16 times. Kumbhaka is done with the bija vam 64 times. He then thinks of himself as flooded by nectar and considers that the nadis have been washed. He exhales by pingala with 32 japa of the bija lam and considers himself thereby as strengthened. He then takes his seat on a mat of kusha grass, a deerskin, etc., and facing east or north, does pranayama. For its exercise there must be, in addition to nadi shuddhi, consideration of proper place, time, and food. Thus, the place should not be so distant as to induce anxiety, nor in an unprotected place such as a forest, nor in a city or crowded locality, which induces distraction. The food should be pure and of a vegetarian character. It should not be too hot or too cold, pungent, sour, salt, or bitter. Fasting, the taking of one meal a day and the like, are prohibited. On the contrary, the yogi should not remain without food for more than one jama, 3 hours. The food taken should be light and strengthening. Long walks and other violent exercises should be avoided, as also, certainly in the case of beginners, sexual intercourse. The stomach should only be half filled. Yoga should be commenced, it is said, in spring or autumn. As stated, the forms of pranayama vary. Thus, sahita, which is either with, sagarbha, or without, nirgarbha, beja, is according to the former form, as follows. The sadhaka meditates on Vidhi, Brahma, who is full of Rajoguna, red in color, and the image of Akara. He inhales by Ida in 6 measures, matra. Before kumbhaka, he does the Udyanabhandha mudra. Meditating on Hari, Vishnu, as Sattvamaya and the black bija Ukara, he does kumbhaka with 64 japa of the bija. Then, meditating on Shiva as Tamomaya and his white bija Makara, he exhales through pingala with 32 japa of the bija. Then, inhaling by pingala, he does kumbhaka and exhales by Ida with the same bija. The process is repeated in the normal and reversed order. Pratyaksha, dhyana. Through dhyana is gained the third quality of realization, or pratyaksha. Dhyana, or meditation, is of 3 kinds. 1. Sthula, or gross. 2. Jyoti. 3. Sukshma, or subtle. In the first, the form of the devata is brought before the mind. One form of dhyana for this purpose is as follows. Let the sadhaka think of the great ocean of nectar in his heart. In the middle of that ocean is the island of gems, the shores of which are made of powdered gems. The island is clothed with a kadamba forest in yellow blossom. This forest is surrounded by malati, kampaka, parijata, and other fragrant trees. In the midst of the kadamba forest there rises the beautiful kalpa tree, laden with fresh blossom and fruit. Amidst its leaves the black bees hum and the coal birds make love. Its 4 branches are the 4 Vedas. Under the tree there is a great mandapa of precious stones, and within it a beautiful bed, on which let him picture to himself his Ishtadevata. The Guru will direct him as to the form, raiment, vahana, and the title of the devata. Jyotirdhyana is the infusion of fire and life, tejas, into the form so imagined. In the Muladhara lies the snake-like kundalini. There the jivatma, as it were the tapering flame of a candle, dwells. The sadhaka then meditates upon the Tejomaya Brahman, or, alternatively, between the eyebrows on Pranavatmaka, the flame emitting its luster. Sukshma dhyana is meditation on kundalini, with Shambhavi Mudra after she has been roused. By this yoga, the Atma is revealed, Atma Sakshatkara. Nirliptatva, Samadhi. Lastly, through Samadhi, the quality of Nirliptatva, or detachment, and thereafter Mukti, liberation, is attained. Samadhi, considered as a process, is intense mental concentration, with freedom from all samkalpa and attachment to the world and all sense of mindness, or self-interest, mamata. Considered as the result of such process, it is the union of jiva with the Paramatma. Forms of Samadhi Yoga. This Samadhi Yoga is, according to the Garanda Samhita, of 6 kinds. 1. Dhyana Yoga Samadhi, attained by Shambhavi Mudra 3, in which after meditation on the Bindu Brahman and realization of the Atma, Atma Pratyaksa, the latter is resolved into the Mahakasha. 2. Nada Yoga, attained by Kachari Mudra, in which the phreanum of the tongue is cut, and the latter is lengthened until it reaches the space between the eyebrows and is then introduced in a reversed position into the mouth. 3. Rasananda Yoga, attained by Kumbhaka, in which the sadhaka in a silent place closes both ears and does Puraka and Kumbhaka until he hears the word nada, in sounds varying in strength from that of the cricket's chirp to that of the large kettle drum. By daily practice, the anahata sound is heard, and the jyoti with the manas therein is seen, which is ultimately dissolved in the supreme Vishnu. 4. Laya Siddhi Yoga, accomplished by the celebrated Yonimudra already described. The sadhaka, thinking of himself as Shakti and the Param Atma as Purusha, feels himself in union, samgama, with Shiva, and enjoys with him the bliss which is Shringararasa and becomes bliss itself, or the Brahman. 5. Bhakti Yoga, in which meditation is made on the Ishtadevata with devotion, bhakti, until, with tears flowing from the excess of bliss, the ecstatic condition is attained. 6. Raja Yoga, accomplished by the aid of the Manomurcha Kumbhaka. Here, the manas detached from all worldly objects is fixed between the eyebrows in the Agnya Chakra, and Kumbhaka is done. By the union of the manas with the Atma, in which the Jnani sees all things, Raja Yoga Samadhi is attained. Shachakra Bida. The piercing of the 6 chakras is one of the most important subjects dealt with in the Tantra and is part of the practical yoga process of which they treat. Details of practice can only be learnt from a guru, but generally it may be said that the particular is raised to the universal life, which as sight is realizable only in the Sahasrara in the following manner: the Jivatma in the subtle body, the receptacle of the 5 vital airs, Pancha Prana, mind in its 3 aspects of manas, ahamkara, and buddhi, and the 5 organs of perception, Panchagnanendriyas, is united with the Kula Kundalini. The Kandarpa, or Kamavayu in the Muladhara, a form of the Apanavayu, is given a leftward revolution, and the fire which is around Kundalini is kindled. By the Bija hum, and the heat of the fire thus kindled, the coiled and sleeping Kundalini is awakened. She who lay asleep around Svayambhu Linga, with her coils 3 circles and a half closing the entrance of the Brahmadvara, will, on being roused, enter that door and move upwards, united with the Jivatma. On this upward movement, Brahma, Savitri, Dakini Shakti, the Devas, Bija and Virti, are dissolved in the body of Kundalini. The Mahi Mandala, or Prithivi, is converted into the Bija Lam, and is also merged in her body. When Kundalini leaves the Muladhara, that lotus which, on the awakening of Kundalini, had opened and turned its flower upwards, again closes and hangs downward. As Kundalini reaches the Svadhisthana chakra, that lotus opens out and lifts its flowers upwards. Upon the entrance of Kundalini Mahavishnu, Mahalakshmi, Sarasvati, Rakini Shakti, Deva, Matras, and Virti, Vaikuntha Dhamma, Golaka, and the Deva and Devi residing therein are dissolved in the body of Kundalini. The Prithivi, or earth, bija lam, is dissolved in apas, and apas converted into the bija vam remains in the body of Kundalini. When the Devi reaches the Manipura chakra, all that is in the chakra merges in her body. The Varuna bija vam is dissolved in fire, which remains in the body of the Devi as the bija ram. The chakra is called the Brahma Granthi, or knot of Brahma. The piercing of this chakra may involve considerable pain, physical disorder, and even disease. On this account, the directions of an experienced guru are necessary, and therefore also other modes of yoga have been recommended for those to whom they are applicable. For in such modes, activity is provoked directly in the higher center, and it is not necessary that the lower chakra should be pierced. Kundalini next reaches the Anahata chakra, where all which is therein is merged in her. The bija of Tejas, Ram, disappears in Vayu, and Vayu converted into its bija, Yam, merges in the body of Kundalini. This chakra is known as Vishnu Granthi, not of Vishnu. Kundalini then ascends to the abode of Bharati, or Sarasvati, or the Vishuddha chakra. Upon her entrance, Ardhanar, Ishvara, Shiva, Shakini, the 16 vowels, mantra, etc., are dissolved in the body of Kundalini. The bija of Vayu, Yam, is dissolved in Akasha, which itself being transformed into the bija Ham, is merged in the body of Kundalini. Piercing the Lalana chakra, the Devi reaches the Ajna chakra, where Paramashiva, Siddha Kali, the Deva, Gunas, and all else therein are absorbed into her body. The bija of Akasha, Ham, is merged in the Manas chakra and mind itself in the body of Kundalini. The Ajna chakra is known as Rudra Granthi, or knot of Rudra, or Shiva. After this chakra has been pierced, Kundalini of her own motion unites with Paramashiva. As she proceeds upwards from the two-petaled lotus, the Niralamba Puri, Pranava, Nada, etc., are merged in her. The Kundalini has then, in her progress upwards, absorbed in herself the 24 tattvas, commencing with the gross elements, and then unites herself and becomes one with Paramashiva. This is the Maithuna, coition, of the Sattvika Pancha Tattvas. The nectar which flows from such union floods the Kshudrabrahmanda, or human body. It is then that the Sahaka, forgetful of all in this world, is immersed in ineffable bliss. Thereafter, the Sadhaka, thinking of the Vayu Bija Yam as being in the left nostril, inhales through Ida, making japa of the bija 16 times. Then, closing both nostrils, he makes japa of the bija 64 times. He then thinks that black man of sin, Papa Purusha, in the left cavity of the abdomen is being dried up by air, and so thinking he exhales through the right nostril Pingala, making japa of the bija 32 times. The sadhaka, then meditating upon the red-colored bija Ram in the Manipura, inhales, making 16 japas of bija, and then closes the nostrils, making 64 japas. While making the japa, he thinks that the body of the man of sin is being burnt and reduced to ashes by fire. He then exhales through the right nostril with 32 japas. He then meditates upon the white Chandra bija Ham. He next inhales through Ida, making japa of the bija 16 times, closes both nostrils with japa done 64 times, and exhales through Pingala with 32 japas. During inhalation, holding of breath, and exhalation, he should consider that a new celestial body is being formed by the nectar, composed of all the letters of the alphabet, Matrika Varna, dropping from the moon. In a similar way with the bija Vam, the formation of the body is continued, and with the bija Lam, it is completed and strengthened. Lastly, with the mantra Soham, the sadhaka leads the jivatma into the heart. Thus, Kundalini, who has enjoyed her union with Paramashiva, sets out on her return journey the way she came. As she passes through each of the chakras, all that she has absorbed therefrom come out from herself and take their several places in the chakra. In this manner, she again reaches the Muladhara, when all that is described to be in the chakras are in the position which they occupied before her awakening. The Guru's instructions are to go above the Ajna, Kakra, but no special directions are given, for after this Kakra has been pierced, the sadhaka can reach the Brahmasthana unaided. Below the seventh mouth of Shiva, the relationship of Guru and Siṣya ceases. The instructions of the seventh Amnaya are not expressed, aprakashita. Chapter 19, Sin and Virtue. According to Christian conceptions, sin is a violation of the personal will of, and apostasy from, God. The flesh is the source of lusts which oppose God's commands, and in this lies its positive significance for the origin of a bias of life against God. According to St. Thomas, in the original state, no longer held as the normal, the lower powers were subordinate to reason, and reason subject to God. Original sin is formally a defect of original righteousness, and materially concupiscence. As St. Paul says, Romans 7:8-14, the pneumatic law, which declares war on the lusts, meets with opposition from the law in the members. These and similar notions involve a religious and moral conscious judgment which is assumed to exist in humanity alone. Hindu notions of papa, wrong, and punya, that which is pure, holy, and right, have a wider content. The latter is accordance and working with the will of Ishvara, of whom the jiva is itself the embodiment, as manifested at the particular time in the general direction taken by the cosmic process, as the former is the contrary. The two terms are relative to the state of evolution and the surrounding circumstances of the jiva to which they are applied. Thus, the impulse towards individuality which is necessary and just on the path of inclination or going forth, pravritti-marga, is wrongful as a hindrance to the attainment of unity, which is the goal of the path of return, nivritti-marga, where inclinations should cease. In short, what makes for progress on the one path is a hindrance on the other. The matter, when rightly understood, is not, except perhaps sometimes popularly, viewed from the juristic standpoint of an external lawgiver, his commands, and those subject to it, but from that in which the exemplification of the moral law is regarded as the true and proper expression of the jiva's own evolution. Morality, it has been said, is the true nature of a being. For the same reason, wrong is its destruction. What the jiva actually does is the result of his karma. Further, the term jiva, though commonly applicable to the human embodiment of the Atma, is not limited to it. Both papa and punya may therefore be manifested in beings of a lower rank than that of humanity, insofar as what they, whether consciously or unconsciously, do is a hindrance to their true development. Thus, in the Yoga Vasishtha it is said that even a creeping plant acquired merit by association with the holy Muni, on whose dwelling it grew. Objectively considered, sin is concisely defined as dukkhajanakam papam. It is that which has been, is and will be the cause of pain, mental or physical, in past, present, and future births. The pain, as the consequence of the action done, need not be immediate. Though, however, the suffering may be experienced as a result later than the action of which it is the cause, the consequence of the action is not really something separate, but a part of the action itself, namely, the part of it which belongs to the future. The six chief sins are kama, krodha, lobha, moha, mada, matsarya, lust, anger, covetousness, ignorance or delusion, pride, and envy. All wrong is at base self-seeking, in ignorance or disregard of the unity of the self in all creatures. Virtue, punya, therefore, as the contrary of sin, is that which is the cause of happiness, sukhajanakam punyam. That happiness is produced either in this or future births, or leads to the enjoyment of heaven, svarga. Virtue is that which leads towards the unity whose substance is bliss, ananda. This good karma produces pleasant fruit, which, like all the results of karma, is transitory. As Shruti says, It is not by acts or the pindas offered by one's children or by wealth, but by renunciation that men have attained liberation. It is only by escape through knowledge that the jiva, becoming one with the unchanging absolute, attains lasting rest. It is obvious that for those who obtain such release, neither vice nor virtue, which are categories of phenomenal being, exist. Karma. Karma is action, its cause and effect. There is no uncaused action, nor action without effect. The past, the present, and the future are linked together as one whole. The Icha, Jnana, and Kriya Shaktis manifest in the Jivatma living on the worldly plane as desire, knowledge, and action. As the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad says, man is verily formed of desire. As is his desire, so is his thought. As is his thought, so is his action. As is his action, so his attainment. These fashion the individual's karma. He who desires goes by work to the object on which his mind is set. As he thinks, so he becometh. Then as to action, whatsoever a man sows, that shall he reap. The matter is not one of punishment and reward, but of consequence, and the consequence of action is but a part of it. If anything is caused, its result is caused, the result being part of the original action, which continues and is transformed into the result. The Jivatma experiences happiness for his good acts and misery for his evil ones. Karma is of three kinds, viz. Samchita karma, that is, the whole vast accumulated mass of the unexhausted karma of the past, whether good or bad, which has still to be worked out. This past karma is the cause of the character of the succeeding births, and, as such, is called samskara, or vasana. The second form of karma is prarabdha, or that part of the first which is ripe and which is worked out and bears fruit in the present birth. The third is the new karma, which man is continually making by his present and future actions, and is called vartamana and agami. The embodied soul, jivatma, whilst in the samsara or phenomenal world, is by its nature ever making present karma and experiencing the past. Even the devas themselves are subject to time and karma. By his karma, a jiva may become an indra. Karma is thus the invisible adrishta, the product of ordained or prohibited actions capable of giving bodies. It is either good or bad, and altogether these are called the impurity of action, karma mala. Even good action, when done with a view to its fruits, can never secure liberation. Those who think of the reward will receive benefit in the shape of that reward. Liberation is the work of Śiva Śakti, and is gained only by Brahmajnana, the destruction of the will to separate life, and realization of unity with the Supreme. All accompanying action must be without thought of self. With the cessation of desire, the tie which binds man to the samsara is broken. According to the Tantra, the sadhana and ahara appropriate to an individual depends upon his karma. A man's tendencies, character, and temperament is molded by his samchita karma. As regards prarabdha karma, it is unavoidable. Nothing can be done but to work it out. Some systems prescribe the same method for men of diverse tendencies. But the Tantra recognizes the force of karma and molds its methods to the temperament produced by it. The needs of each vary, as also the methods which will be the best suited to each to lead them to the common goal. Thus, forms of worship which are permissible to the Vara are forbidden to the Pashu. The Guru must determine that for which the sadhaka is qualified, adhikari. Chapter 20. 4 Aims of Being. There is but one thing which all seek, happiness, though it be of differing kinds and sought in different ways. All forms, whether sensual, intellectual, or spiritual, are from the Brahman, who is itself the source and essence of all bliss, and bliss itself, rasovaisa. Though issuing from the same source, pleasure differs in its forms in being higher and lower, transitory or durable, or permanent. Those on the path of desire, pravrti marga, seek it through the enjoyments of this world, bhukti, or in the more durable, though still impermanent delights of heaven, svarga. He who is on the path of return, nivritti marga, seeks happiness, not in the created worlds, but in everlasting union with their primal source, mukti. And thus it is said that man can never be truly happy until he seeks shelter with Brahman, which is itself the great bliss. Rasam hivayam labdva anandi bhavati. The eternal rhythm of the divine breath is outwards from spirit to matter and inwards from matter to spirit. Devi as Maya evolves the world, as Mahamaya. She recalls it to herself. The path of outgoing is the way of pravrti, that of return nivritti. Each of these movements is divine. Enjoyment, bhukti, and liberation, mukti, are each her gifts. And in the third chapter of the work cited, it is said that of Vishnu and Shiva mukti only can be had, but of Devi both bhukti and mukti, and this is so insofar as the Devi is, in a peculiar sense, the source whence those material things come from which enjoyment, bhoga, arises. All jivas on their way to humanity, and the bulk of humanity itself, are on the forward path, and rightly seek the enjoyment which is appropriate to their stage of evolution. The thirst for life will continue to manifest itself until the point of return is reached and the outgoing energy is exhausted. Man must, until such time, remain on the path of desire. In the hands of Devi is the noose of desire. Devi herself is both desire and that light of knowledge, which in the wise who have known enjoyment lays bare its futilities. But one cannot renounce until one has enjoyed, and so of the world process itself it is said, that the unborn ones, the Purushas, are both subservient to her, prakrti, and leave her by reason of viveka. Provision is made for the worldly life which is the outgoing of the Supreme. And so it is said that the Tantrika has both enjoyment, bhukti, and liberation, mukti. But enjoyment itself is not without its law. Desire is not to be let loose without bridle. The mental self is, as is commonly said, the charioteer of the body, of which the senses are the horses. Contrary to mistaken notions on the subject, the Tantras take no exception to the ordinary rule that it is necessary not to let them run away. If one would not be swept away and lost in the mighty force which is the descent into matter, thought and action must be controlled by Dharma. Hence, the first three of the aims of life, Trivarga, on the path of pravrti, are Dharma, Artha, and Kama. Dharma. Dharma means that which is to be held fast or kept. Law, usage, custom, religion, piety, right, equity, duty, good works, and morality. It is, in short, the eternal and immutable, sanatana, principles which hold together the universe in its parts and in its whole, whether organic or inorganic matter. That which supports and holds together the peoples of the universe is Dharma. It was declared for well-being and bringeth well-being. It upholds and preserves. Because it supports and holds together, it is called Dharma. By Dharma are the people upheld. It is, in short, not an artificial rule, but the principle of right living. The mark of Dharma and of the good is akara, good conduct, from which Dharma is born and fair fame is acquired here and hereafter. The sages embraced akara as the root of all tapas. Dharma is not only the principle of right living, but also its application. That course of meritorious action by which man fits himself for this world, heaven, and liberation. Dharma is also the result of good action, that is, the merit acquired thereby. The basis of the Sanatana Dharma is revelation, shruti, as presented in the various shastras, smrti, Purana, and Tantra. In the Deva Bhagavata, it is said that in the Kali Yuga Vishnu, in the form of Vyasa, divides the one Veda into many parts, with the desire to benefit men, and with the knowledge that they are short-lived and of small intelligence, and hence unable to master the whole. This Dharma is the first of the four leading aims, Chaturvarga, of all being. Kama. Kama is desire, such as that for wealth, success, family, position, or other forms of happiness for self or others. It also involves the notion of the necessity for the possession of great and noble aims, desires, and ambitions, for such possession is the characteristic of greatness of soul. Desire, whether of the higher or lower kinds, must, however, be lawful, for man is subject to Dharma, which regulates it. Artha. Artha, wealth, stands for the means by which this life may be maintained. In the lower sense, food, drink, money, house, land, and other property. And in the higher sense, the means by which effect may be given to the higher desires, such as that of worship, for which Artha may be necessary, aid given to others, and so forth. In short, it is all the necessary means by which all right desire, whether of the lower or higher kinds, may be fulfilled. As the desire must be a right desire, for man is subject to Dharma, which regulates them, so also must be the means sought, which are equally so governed. The first group is known as the Trivarga, which must be cultivated whilst man is upon the pravrti. Dharmartha-kama samameva sevya yohyeka sakta sajano jaganya. Moksha. Of the four aims, moksha, or mukti, is the truly ultimate end, for the other three are ever haunted by the fear of death, the ender. Mukti means loosening or liberation. It is advisable to avoid the term salvation, as also other Christian terms, which connote different, though in a loose sense, analogous ideas. According to the Christian doctrine, soteriology, faith in Christ's gospel and in his church effects salvation, which is the forgiveness of sins mediated by Christ's redeeming activity, saving from judgment, and admitting to the kingdom of God. On the other hand, mukti means loosening from the bonds of the samsara, phenomenal existence, resulting in a union of various degrees of completeness of the embodied spirit, jivatma, or individual life with the Supreme Spirit, Paramatma. Liberation can be attained by spiritual knowledge, atmajnana, alone, though it is obvious that such knowledge must be preceded by and accompanied with, and indeed, can only be attained in the sense of actual realization, by freedom from sin and right action through adherence to Dharma. The idealistic system of Hinduism, which posits the ultimate reality as being in the nature of mind, rightly, in such cases, insists on what, for default of a better term, may be described as the intellectual, as opposed to the ethical, nature. Not that it fails to recognize the importance of the latter, but regards it as subsidiary and powerless of itself to achieve that extinction of the modifications of the energy of consciousness which constitutes the supreme mukti known as kaivalya. Such extinction cannot be effected by conduct alone, for such conduct, whether good or evil, produces karma, which is the source of the modifications which it is man's final aim to suppress. Moksha belongs to the nivritti marga, as the Trivarga appertain to the pravrti marga. There are various degrees of mukti, some more perfect than the others, and it is not, as is generally supposed, one state. There are 4 future states of bliss, or pada, being in the nature of abodes, viz., salokya, sampya, sarupya, and sayujya, that is, living in the same loka, or region, with the deva worshipped, being near the deva, receiving the same form or possessing the same aishārya, divine qualities, as the deva, and becoming one with the deva worshipped. The abode to which the jiva attains depends upon the worshipper and the nature of his worship, which may be with or without images, or of the deva regarded as distinct from the worshipper and with attributes, and so forth. The 4 abodes are the result of action, transitory, and conditioned. Mahanirvana, or kaivalya, the real moksha, is the result of spiritual knowledge, jnana, and is unconditioned and permanent. Those who know the Brahman, recognizing that the worlds resulting from action are imperfect, reject them, and attain to that unconditioned bliss which transcends them all. Kaivalya is the supreme state of oneness without attributes, the state in which, as the Yoga Sutra says, modification of the energy of consciousness is extinct, and when it is established in its own real nature. Liberation is attainable while the body is yet living, in which case there exists a state of Jivan Mukti, celebrated in the Jivan Mukti Gita of Dattatreya. The soul, it is true, is not really fettered, and any appearance to the contrary is illusory. There is, in fact, freedom, but though moksha is already in possession, still, because of the illusion that it is not yet attained, means must be taken to remove the illusion, and the jiva who succeeds in this is Jivan Mukta, though in the body, and is freed from future embodiments. The enlightened Kaila, according to the Nitya Nita, sees no difference between mud and sandal, friend and foe, a dwelling house and the cremation ground. He knows that the Brahman is all, that the Supreme Soul, Paramatma, and the individual soul, Jivatma, are one, and freed from all attachment, he is Jivan Mukta, or liberated, whilst yet living. The means whereby mukti is attained is the yoga process. Chapter 21. Siddhi. Siddhi is produced by sadhana. The former term, which literally means success, includes accomplishment, achievement, success, and fruition of all kinds. A person may thus gain siddhi in speech, siddhi in mantra, etc. A person is siddhi also who has perfected his spiritual development. The various powers attainable, namely anima, ahima, garima, prapti, prakamya, ishitva, vashtva, the powers of becoming small, great, light, heavy, attaining what one wills, and the like, are known as the 8 siddhis. The 39th chapter of the Brahma-Vaivarta Purana mentions 18 kinds, but there are many others including such minor accomplishments as Nakadarpana Siddhi, or nail-gazing. The great siddhi is spiritual perfection. Even the mighty powers of the 8 siddhis are known as the lesser siddhi, since the greatest of all siddhis is full liberation, Mahanirvana, from the bonds of phenomenal life and union with the Paramatma, which is the supreme object, Paramartha, to be attained through human birth.